Salvation, on the edge of the gray. Sharn, city of towers. And the link between them? The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Eberron, the shield. A star-forged Aegis who's lived a long time, who's seen peace and war, and will do whatever it takes to keep the first from falling into the second. Merime, the sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams prophesy uncertain ends, but the wisdom of whose counsel and love for her sister are unquestionable. Tantin, the brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals deep curiosity and razor-sharp intellect, sharp enough to cut down the Citadel's enemies. Nisiana, the heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, no matter the cost. Rowan Shallow, the wild card. For most of his life, he's played a dangerous game. When the chips are down, will he fold, or go all in to save his friends? They found an artifact so powerful it could undo the fragile peace between nations, the Oracle of War, which gives anyone who owns it the knowledge they need to win any battle, and which, in speaking lines from the ancient draconic prophecy, could predict all of Eberron's future. They traveled to Sharn, city of towers, where experts like the Gynosphinx Flamewind began to unravel the Oracle's mysteries as the King's Citadel thwarted assassination attempts from the Emerald Claw and the nation of Thrain, tracked down the daring thief Sky Blue, and defeated the salvage broker and claw operative Erulin Karnak. Apparently. But there can be no rest while the dogs of war howl. And despite the Citadel's best efforts, Thrain and Brayland have inched ever closer to all-out conflict, just as the Oracle predicted. Now the adventurers must return to Salvation, to find the secrets of the Oracle of War before it's too late. But how have things changed since they left? And will those who've sworn to die before they give up their freedom, the servants of the enigmatic Lord of Blades, threaten Salvation's uneasy peace? They've survived the Grey, saved Salvation, and navigated the intrigue and deception of Sharn. But can they stop a war? Only if they remember that in the end, all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome back to Salvation.
Yes. What is going on, everyone? Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome, everybody, to another session, and in fact, the concluding session of this particular section, Day 42 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond. It is Eberron, Oracle of War, Lord Bucket, Part 6, and I hope that people are as excited as I am for what will be the conclusion tonight of Lord Bucket, Oracle of War, Part 6, and what will be moving us into the concluding portion right after that, well, maybe depending on how fast we go, of the concluding portion of things in terms of what we do with Eberron Oracle of War as we move towards the conclusion of Season 3 of this epic campaign. I am very excited for this. Good to see you live, Sue, and good to see Critwitch. Thank you so much for the resub. Critwitch is subscribed for 42 months, and coincidentally, it is Day 42, as I said, of D&D with Infinity and Beyond. So all good things. That is obviously the answer to all things, the number 42. Before we go any further, just a couple of quick reminders about ways to support us here on the channel. If you have not done so already, please make sure to to follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube, which is !ArvTube, and subscribe to me over there. You can see all the past broadcasts of this and other streams. Discord is !ArvCord, where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Twitter is !ArvTweets. !ArvSky is my Blue Sky channel, and you can hang out with us there, because I will always post when I'm going live and with various announcements about things as well. Website for all of that is arvanelleron.com. Financially, !ArvShop is the merchandise area where you can get Infinity and Beyond merchandise to wear proudly, along with other merchandise that is coming soon to this channel, so you can definitely check that out. You can also check things out and support us with the Patreon, !ArvTreon, which allows you to get cool stuff for yourself and cool stuff for the channel, including inspirations to help our players in various campaigns throughout the course of the month. And we've got that going on in several places. In fact, the Patreon and subbing to the channel, as several of you were kind enough to do today, those things are also always very helpful. And the Subathon, which I'll talk about, actually I'll talk about that right now, is going to support that. At the end of the month, 29th and 30th, is the Subathon. And during the Subathon, we will have a lot of Starfield. We will have a Infernal Salon, courtesy of Carlos Hernandez and C.S.E. Cooney, doing some Negocios Infernales inspired prompts for various writers. And you're going to get an opportunity to have your fortune read for subs that you use during that time, plus increase the amount of time that we stream during the Subathon based upon the amount of support we get. So new subs and gift subs and all that kind of stuff will be super helpful. And because it is, in fact, September here on Twitch, it means that new subs and or upgrades to higher tier subs are actually off. So you can actually get some money off of those. Doesn't cost you anything more. In fact, it costs you less, but I get the same amount because Twitch kicks in the difference. So that's all cool. So you should definitely support that if you possibly can. And again, I've already announced the basic details of this on stream. I will do that again next week, and I'll be announcing those on social media as well. So please spread the word. I'm very excited for the Subathon, and I'm hoping we get a lot of benefit out of it. So there's stuff going on with that. On the publishing side, Icarus for my graphic novel from Athos Arts. Library is my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And Greyshade, of course, is my Greyshade universe. Greyshade and Renegade, the first two books in the Grey Assassin trilogy, are available right now. Greyshade will get you there. You can also pre-order Heretic, which is the final book in that series coming out next year. And you can pre-order the tabletop role-playing game, which Brandon O'Brien is designing and is going to be doing some work at Big Bad Con to playtest coming up at the end of the month. So you can do that. And you can order the audiobook done by our very own Trent Sparks of Greyshade as well. So all that can be found at that Greyshade link. And as always, BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Help Now is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. And Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegitimate and illegal war with bravery and courage. They are doing so with kindness. They are doing so with bravery and courage, and they're doing so despite all the things that have been done to them. They've been doing so for the last, 18 months or so since the war began. And this is our chance to send the message, not only that we will support them in the rebuild and in their time while the rest of this war concludes, but also send the message that we will do that with others in the future. Now, quick note on schedule. We will be here on Tuesday at noon Eastern with more of the gamebook illustration streams. So those will be returning with Tari Toons illustrating gamebooks. You will notice that you've got a bunch new awesome emotes to use if you are subbed in chat. And even if you're just a follower in chat, you still get a lot of those cool sub emotes. So you can use those. And those that same artist is going to be doing more of the gamebook illustration stream on Tuesday. And then later on, we are going to have some more Ghosts of Saltmarsh going on over on GOG Com's Twitch channels. We've got a lot of cool stuff like that happening, which you should definitely check into. But with that said, I am now going to unmute myself to let them know that we're ready to go and to apologize for anyone I may have inadvertently interrupted because I can't hear them yet. And then I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to unmute them. And last but certainly not least, I am going to head over to reveal, the incredible crew, which is in front of you. The Infinity and Beyond crew is ready. They are prepared, and I'm happy to see that the chat is ready with new emotes. Actually, I think that we did not have those emotes up the last time you folks were here. So we have a whole raft of new emotes, at least 9 new ones that you'll be able to see some of being used today, and including some crit. I think it's Arvany crit hit, and then there's an Arvany crit fail. So we've got D20s, D1s, and all that good stuff. Yeah, thank you, Crit Twitch. You can see some of those examples. So very excited to be able to show off some of those new emotes during the session today. First, I will start with the gentleman at the bottom left of our ziggurat here. And that, of course, is one Tren Sparks, previously referred to as the narrator of the Gray Shade audiobook. Yeah, just so you know. Multiple audiobook, what's the term? Laureates? More than that. Basically like just feted for his amazing skill in this area. Tren, how are you doing? How's life in the universe with you? And who are you playing in today's game?
Fetid?
I did. Not fetid, but feted.
Oh,
I know.
Okay.
Feted.
All right.
Feted.
God.
He has been feted.
Go to Oklahoma with my housemate. Fuck this place.
Ladies and gentlemen, pronunciation counts.
Yeah, it's very important. This is why we do what we do. Yeah, I do that talking stuff that we just were.
All right.
Chatting. Yeah, thank you. And this is what happens to my brain when I spend like the entire night watching, DC superhero movies.
And, you don't want to blame yourself. This is your own fault.
Well, I know that. That's why I'm taking full responsibility for it. Yeah, but I mean, Aquaman, So yeah, it's a thing with stuff. Hi, I'm Tren, and I did all the stuff that he talks about. Yeah, okay, we'll go with that. And okay, bye. God, fine. If you want to talk to you, I know that. I'm just taking up all the camera spaces in your frame. Anyway, so yeah, I narrate audiobooks and occasional video games and the occasional LGBTQ, very wholesome, family-friendly animation called What Brings Us Together, which Marie, I think you might like because the main character is married to a baker. His husband is a baker, and
he's still in my heart.
He owns a store called Badger Cakes, and yeah. Anyway, it's wow. Maybe I should just shut up and roll dice for a while. Yeah, but I'm playing a brain apparently.
Really?
That's what he said. He said Tantan is the brain. Yeah.
Giant brain.
If only you agreed with that assessment.
Yeah, I mean, wow. I don't think actually that I defined you as a disembodied brain, which is the way you seem to be describing it. I think I was just, metaphorically, you are you're the brain of the Voltron of this group, basically, right? And that's what I'm saying. No.
So yeah, currently. Wait, no, I'm not over. I'm standing between a couple of houses, having just told like a couple of guards, "Hey, come with me," and passed. Who did I pass? Somebody, I think it was Larry, and I passed each other between the houses. I think.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. That's where we are. And action. No, wait. I mean. We should probably go up that way.
We should. Always a pleasure to have Tren of this. Also a pleasure to have, of course, the amazing Marie Bilodeau with us. It's good to see you, Marie. I hope all is well on your end. And I should point out, since this was, we were talking about baking before, and in the midst of this, my daughter came up having brought fresh peach pie made with peaches from a peach tree that exists on my grounds. It's my peach tree. And this is freshly made homemade whipped cream. So I just wanted to point out that, Marie's like, oh, that's great. Carrie made 5 of those for me yesterday. And I'm like, okay, great. How are you?
No, but she did make a peach cobbler today.
Okay. Of course she did. How are you, Marie, and who are you playing today?
I'm good, thank you. Yeah, there was peach cobbler and lemon cake, and there's cheesecake for tomorrow, and there was fresh bread. It smelled so good. Honey and oatmeal, fresh bread. Oh. Yes, I'm doing good. Oh, look at what I got. This is Oathbreaker, book one of Keepers of the Broken Land, and I got my copies yesterday. It smells so good.
Very nice, very nice.
Yes. So I'm very thrilled with that. And I was actually here. Usually I'm not here when my stacks of books come, and Gary's stuck bringing them all in. And I was walking, but I saw from the top of the hill, I saw the Purelator truck, and I ran ungracefully to get the boxes.
It's like the ice cream truck here. Ice cream!
Come back, ice cream. I love you.
And in Canada, they actually play the music like the entertainer, like ice cream trucks. And da 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 da. I've got some books to bring. Anyway.
Well, if you bring that, then they probably do. Yes.
Well, congratulations, Maria. You look great.
Thank you. I'm very excited. And I am playing Mérimée Hawksmoor, a Kalishtar College of Sword bard who enjoys stabbing things and hanging out with her sister and her friends. She's enjoying less like the whole invasion, lots of people trying to kill us, her sister already getting knocked down once. That she's enjoying less, but she feels in her heart that soon it will all be good, and it will make for a good story that many people will tell because everyone survived. Yay!
That we will tell and retell over and over again, of course. I mean,
it'll be great. We'll tell the grandchildren someday.
Yeah. No, it'll be great. It is always a pleasure to have Marie with us, and it is also a pleasure to have returning to the channel after being no worse for having had his character stabbed through the lung yesterday, and that of course is Brandon O'Brien. We were commenting about the fact that Brandon had mentioned this yesterday, but that Brandon's had this revelation that he likes playing characters that like. Well, okay, you say what it is, but it's so funny to me because all of a sudden I'm like, yeah, why is it that your character is constantly right on the edge of destruction? And you were like, well, because. So tell them what you said, Brandon, and also who you're playing today.
Yeah, so after Valorant last night, I had the wonderful revelation that I am very fond of playing characters who are excited to talk their way into and out of messes, but have no combat skills whatsoever. With the deliberate intention of telling stories of very smart-mouthed rogues who suddenly diffuse the high tension situations with just their rapier wit. And then I roll the die, and the die goes, nope, that's not the story we're going to tell tonight, Brandon. Instead, we're going to tell the story of you getting stabbed.
Through the lung. But that'll be totally different today, though, right? I mean, that'll be no...
So Zelfa Hamel is recovering from pneumothorax now. So that's delightful for her. And our good friend Rowan Shallow, who I'm playing this evening, our wild magic sorcerer who is performing the esoteric magic art of gun, is an ice block. And that hasn't changed yet, even though he's 6 feet away from fire. So I'm very excited to see this go. I'm very excited to see this go very, very poorly.
I mean, it's getting better. You know, like it's getting better. Your ice
is
situation,
it?
Yeah,
Is it?
It's melting slowly.
Also, that would be...
didn't we qualify that it wasn't?
No, just that it's slow. I didn't say that it's not melting. It's just slow. That's all.
Okay.
It would be hemothorax, not pneumothorax.
Thank you for correcting me. Still dying though, but still.
Well, yeah, okay.
Oh man, I am excited to see how Rowan Shallow gets out of this ice block at the end. I have this image of like it's going to be one of the classics where the combat comes to an end and everyone's done, and then Rowan's like, "Ha!" and like somehow gets out of the ice block, and everyone's just like, it's a battlefield that is littered with the detritus of the battle and not actually combatants anymore. But I am
that love is a battlefield.
I don't have anything to add to that. I'm just going to let that hang in the air, and I'm going to say it's great to have Brendan here. And I'm going to move on up the ziggurat to the amazing and awesome Jennifer Brozek, who is with us. Jen, it's good to see you. I know you said that it's hot out by you, and so I hope that you are managing to stay cool. We are moving into fall, and we're moving into the fall season slowly, bit by bit. But how are you doing, and who are you playing today?
I am doing all right. It's currently 83 outside, which makes it 75 in my office, even with the AC, because I have a south-facing window. It's been a tough couple of months, and I'm very sorry to tell people, if you haven't followed on my blog, one of my cats, Isis, passed away in the last couple of weeks, and it's been very hard. She was an exceptional cat, and we are dealing with that. But on, it's life. It's like life goes on, and like I have a new book out, so I will tell you about the new book. It's called The Kilimanjaro Run. It is set in Tanzania. I got the most amazing blurb from my sensitivity reader, Wale Talabi, who has a book out. And the cover has a spirit hippopotamus on it. I mean, like, I have a hippopotamus shaman in this book. I am so thrilled.
Yep. Spirit hippopotamus. There it is.
And Jen, tell me what you said other people have said about that particular character.
Oh, so I have had 4 different people come to say to me online that their GMs cannot wait to somehow put a spirit hippopotamus into their game, which could be good or bad, but because hippopotami, even though they are vegetarian, they freaking hate you. And their bite can bite a crocodile in half.
Oh, yeah. There's a terrifying video that I've watched on YouTube of a hippo pursuing a boat that got too close to its spot. And you're just like, dude, it's...
They kill a few dozen people in Africa across the countries every year.
You do not want to miss around.
Dangerous animals. Yep.
Another fact is that they cannot swim, but they can hold their breath for a very long time as they run on the bottom of the river.
Which I think is kind of hilarious.
Unhappy hippo. Things. Well done, Critchwitch. Well done. That's very nice.
So,
very
yeah.
nice.
Well, it's a happy hippo when you're out of its territory and not dealing with its herd.
Yeah. Listen. Okay.
But
yeah.
So that's going on. I've got multiple Shadowrun projects going on. I've got a couple of non-Shadowrun projects going on. And I am playing Nisiana Di Jarasco, a halfling healer from the House of Healing, who currently only has 6 hit points. However, I will note that I have already popped. Oh, there's a spider in my office. Damn it. Okay, I will deal with that later, or have the husband deal with it. She has popped Aura of Life. It is 10 minutes, and it is not concentration. And if you're within her aura and you hit 0, you pop to 1 at the beginning of your next turn. Now, John so helpfully pointed out that if I get to negative 81 hit points, I
think that was Trend, actually.
Oh, no, I'm sure it was you. I'm sure it was you.
You were very helpful in pointing out that I could actually be killed and Eberron will be calling Nisiana home. But I think Eberron has worked for all of us yet, and therefore will help me save you all, though I guess that's going to start with me healing myself as much as possible, because ow.
It's going to be the title of your memoir, Cleric Heal Thyself.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's just like I'm already aware that Mary, who is standing like over her sister, has the ability to Misty Step or Dimension Door her out of the way, but that means her aura goes with her, which means her friends are not protected.
These are true statements as well.
She is also very much like, okay, I've got to heal myself, because if I'm going to be tanking for some God knows reason, because I have seen that giant thing that is running towards us, and I am a little worried about that.
Indeed. I cannot wait to redescribe the giant thing, but we will talk about that in just a moment. But it is always a pleasure to have. And by the way, to have Jen with us. And in case anyone's curious about like, wow, this seems like it's a very intense thing going on. That's because these people are the King's Citadel and they're level 9, y'all. This is a higher level campaign that we're heading into. So yes, things hit harder because they hit harder. You should see the stuff that they can do. Let me tell you, this
is supposed to be a secret. You're not supposed
power.
to tell people that we're in the the King
I
Citadel.
mean,
I
you
think
know
they
that,
could
right?
figure it out on their own. I don't think I'm talking out of school, to be honest.
We're
I
not
mean, you
exactly
say
a
that.
subtle group.
It's true.
Yeah.
Great. We're so subtle.
Also, you say that. You say, look, you should see the things that they're capable of. One of them is really capable of getting shot in the chest several times.
Leaking quite a bit. Yes.
Hey, listen, there were multiple things that were done before that moment. But it is a pleasure to have Jen with us. It is also a pleasure to have, last but certainly not least, John Helfer's with us, bottom right of the ziggurat. And John, it's good to see you. Speaking of the person who plays a tank, we'll talk about that when we get there. But how is life in the universe with you? Do you have any confidence in your Packers that begin with a new quarterback? It's a whole new life. It's a whole new time. How are you feeling about them? And of course, who are you playing today?
First, I wish to lodge a complaint.
Okay.
When I looked at this map yesterday, there was only one enemy on that street. Now suddenly there are three. I'm just saying.
That's true. Did I not mention the two steel defenders behind this person?
No, there was no mention at the end of game session. I'm pretty sure that it was frozen in time there, so just only be the one guy. I'm just saying.
Interesting. And of course, the other ones are still fighting, but it's all fine. Good.
Exactly. So, yeah, it's a new era. It's the love era. What can I say? So we'll see. I mean, preseason he seemed pretty poised and confident, and it's going to be what it's going to be. And I look forward to seeing how the Jets do. That should be interesting too.
That's true on the other side.
But I have, me personally, as a fan, I have no regrets. The end of the era was done. Obviously, it was very clear that Rodgers was done with us. And to be honest, I think we were done with him too. So we will see. We'll see. It's going to be a new eras for a lot of teams. How are your Steelers doing, real quick?
I feel decent about them, actually. I think they're going to be. I think they will be solid this year.
Who's starting for you guys?
Kenny Pickett who was the quarterback for the University of Pittsburgh, which is why it's a good story because he played all the time in that same area.
Yeah.
But George Pickens is the top wide receiver and I think may end up being the best wide receiver in the game. He's an incredible player. So we'll see.
Okay.
We'll see what happens. But go Steelers, go Packers. And for all those watching, going, what the hell is this all about? I'm spending 2 seconds on football. All right. Okay. Now back to
sports ball.
Now
Anyways,
back to
If you didn't mention the word quarterback, I wouldn't even know what sport you were talking about just now.
Yeah. But you do lots of TTRPGs that have the sports flavor, a la Fight with Spirit. So. You know the feel of the sport, as they say.
So I am playing Alarion, a Starforged, Warforged Aegis. I can leave out Warforged, the Starforged Aegis, which is kind of living armor, which is very cool. Been having a lot of fun with them. So some things that Arv needs to note, because I'm about to get into it with probably all three of these things. So yes, the Aura of Life is up. Also, I have 4 rounds of haste left, which is rather important.
Mm-hmm.
Because it gives you +2 to my armor. And also, what Jen forgot to mention is that she's keeping up Shield of Faith on me, which is another 2 points to my armor, which is going to come in very handy in the next few rounds.
Which is, to be noted, though, concentration-based as opposed to...
That is correct.
And I have made my last one.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. That's why I'm blocking her, making sure they're, I'm going to take this big honking thing coming at me. And yeah, I am... Well, the armor is almost gone, which is not great, but I've got hopefully enough hit points to see me through. So we're going to see. So my armor class is currently 26.
Nice.
I'm very glad for that. But
yep. So, and I really hope Rowan thaws out quickly. Yeah.
Y'all could help, I mean, you could.
I'm about to be a little tied up, sir.
I think I'm a little shot in the chest right now.
I have a little shot in the chest.
Yeah, it's Nisiana sucking chest wound, exactly.
Oh gosh.
So, yeah, so let's get into the second half of the second defense of the town burning around. By the way, I love that we burned down the train station platform. I think that's hilarious. I bet you actually had fire for it. That is just a hoot.
Yes. It was one of those things where I'm just like, I'm so glad I get to stretch items that are on the board because I just keep on flowing. So yes.
It's just hilarious that we've reduced it to ash.
This was indeed a bit of a mess, and I think for this it's helpful for me to head over to the map to reveal this battlefield that you have seen. Let's fire up some combat music. Let's talk about what happened in our last session, then let's get into it. We will move up with this, I think.
At some point, Greg, I don't know how to do this. We can remove the green lines. I think that's kind of all gone to hell, so it doesn't really matter.
Yes, I can do that, actually. All right, make sure that I got some sound.
I will get back into.
Okay, good. All right. Yes, let me do that now. Delete. Delete. Delete.
I like the little statue of Rowan.
Delete.
That is hilarious.
I'm
Yes.
sorry though. I wish I could like thaw you and not just cast shatter on you, and that'd be bad.
That's
I actually imagine in this moment, I'm like, you know what? Maybe I'll just relax for a moment. I'll just-
maybe this is a better place to be. You know.
Think
so long as
positive
no one
thoughts.
tries, so long as no one tries to shatter me, I think I'll just take a couple beats, lower my heart rate.
Weeks.
I like the idea that
How hurt are you?
so long as no one tries to shatter me, as Merime comes zipping up to the, I've got it.
Got you.
I mean, don't you
Gotcha.
have hit dice that you can?
I'll
like,
save
yourself
you.
back? Or is that in Rest only? That's in Rest only.
Rest
Never
only.
mind.
Okay. So let's talk about what happened in our last session. This battle,
Ooh,
which as you
let's.
can see is at the moment a little intense right now, folks. But the reason it is intense is because the Lord of Blades has visited his wrath upon salvation. As the suspicion had been, the Lord of Blades has become more and more aggressive. The raids upon the borders of the land of Brayland have suggested this. And eventually we have reached the point where the Lord of Blades has decided to let subtlety give way to force. And the challenge now for the party has been, one, to manage the conditions of the general Lord Tyresh, more popularly known among his troops as Lord Bucket, because of a certain condition that he suffered from, though that may have been either permanently or temporarily fixed by Nisiana before all hell broke loose. But the big thing, of course, they've had to deal with is this invasion, and this has come in multiple waves. In our last session, we dealt with pretty much exclusively the combat as these Warforged continued in. It began in Wave 1 as we had blade sergeants and a blade archer. The party was mostly, in quotes, mostly able to deal with that, although there still remains on the board the ones that also arrived in number 2, which is there is some constantly appearing and then disappearing powerful mage, some kind of blade mage of some sort.
Oh yeah.
And then also a couple of these guys down here, these kind of blade skirmisher types who are incredibly fast and agile. Perhaps the party would say annoyingly fast and agile, and able to get out of the way of a lot of these attacks, though they have been hit for multiple amounts of damage, as has the mage in the past. So the party has done some damage to them. And at the very end of our session, and also it should be said that the party had a chance, the Citadel had a chance to set up things in terms of defenses for the town, and those defenses have helped. For one thing, it's slowed down the arrival of these reinforcement waves. For a second thing, it's meant that they were able to get advantage in several of these rounds of combat against some of these people, although the new ones having arrived here do not suffer from that anymore. As was pointed out, the sort of defensives have now broken down, and they've done as much as they're going to do. And when this last set of characters, the 2 steel defenders and this other character in front of them appeared, it says, and I quote, "Through the din of battle, an immense warforged bowls through a small squad of brayless soldiers, sending them flying in all directions. The warforged's head is fashioned to resemble a skull, and he wields 2 shields, each emblazoned with the faded and defaced heraldry of Karnath, a red wolf head. He is a very, very large creature, and he has, as weapons, 2 shields. That description is accurate. He uses 2 shields as his weapons.
That sucks.
And we're going to talk about the impact of what that means. I very much look forward to seeing this happen.
I heard what you did there.
Yes. Not 1 but 2 shields. And his size is yes. That's exactly right, Dave. Yes, his size is yes. His size is yes. No. I love the description of that. Okay, before we get rolling though, just a quick question about hit points, just for confirmation. Rowan Shallow currently sitting in a block of ice. You have 14 out of 52 hit points I had you at. Okay, 14. Cool. hit points, to be clear. With 1, I'm sorry, it was just a low-hanging fruit that I went for. Yeah, I know. I deserve to be. I will say it. Boo this man. I deserve to be booed. 1 hero point that you have as well. Nisiana, I have you at, as we mentioned, 6 out of 81 hit points. You do still have your hero point left, I believe.
I do, and I actually do have a spiritual weapon up. That's the one that's right here. That's this thing that's harrying. That word.
Right. And I need to double check. I don't think spiritual weapon is concentration, but we should double check because you can't have 2 of those.
Let me do a quick look.
I want to make sure just because we can't have 2 up at the same time.
Spiritual weapon is not concentration.
Okay. Just on a double check. Sounds good. Moving on down to Tanton, who has not been hit yet. Tanton has been hitting a lot of people, but has not been hit himself. 60 out of 60 hit points, still have the 1 hero point. And then we have Merime, who has been hit 78 out of 111 is what I have yet with a hero point.
You're going to say 78 times.
Has been hit 78 times in the last 5 seconds. And Ilarion, who is sitting at 67 out of 78 hit points, 8 out of 39 Aegis points, and 0 hero points. So that is...
I do have one question.
Yes.
So, life transference. I can't stop me taking a certain amount of damage. It's necrotic damage.
Mm-hmm.
That will, if I use it, it will put me below 0. Does that still mean that I will pop to 1 the next round?
Yes, because the aura of life is up separately. So if you were to do life transference, yes. But again, when you drop below that level, if other creatures then come up, like if they, you know what I mean? If they followed up with you and attack, then there's...
I know, but I mean, there's only one person that I would use that on at this point, where I am currently.
No.
But it's like, I have to kind of know that, like, and I'm like, I want to be smart about this, but they target the healers. I have to keep my sister up.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I'm so good though. I'm so good.
That's logical.
I know you're good. I know.
Hey.
Valerion's pretty good.
Don't taunt the monkeys.
All right, let's do this. We will start the beginning of round with Rowan, as we beginning here of round 7. Now, Rowan, I do want to point one thing out here, which is that jokes aside about the whole, like, I don't have any, I'm in a block of ice. Jokes aside, there is some, small melting that has begun to happen clearly, and you can feel a little bit of the warmth from the outside as this fire spreads. That may or may not be bad news for the town. It might be somewhat better news for you. Is there anything you want to try to do in this process? And again, I don't have anything in particular that I'm trying to lead you to, but do you have anything that you want to try to kind of speed up this process? Try to break free, break out, do something, or not?
Do you need to pee?
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
That might help in this situation, actually.
Hold on.
Yeah, I seriously am not meaning that like you're missing something. I'm just asking if there was something you thought of that I have not yet.
Nothing had come to mind, and then you said that, and it occurred to me. How close are these two blade thingies that keep moving impeccably fast to me?
About 11 or 12 feet away from you, within 15 feet.
And I can see them, right? I'm facing them or up thereabouts?
You can see them, yes.
Cool, I'm gonna fireball directly on top of them.
Okay, now, if you fireball from a block of ice, what will happen is you will fireball yourself and the block of ice.
Yeah, no.
Okay,
Yeah, no.
You know this. All right. I mean...
How many hit points do you have?
14.
Okay. All right.
It's a 20-foot radius sphere, and I need to get out of this block of ice somehow. Does the ice take damage?
Yeah,
Does the ice take damage before I do?
I don't know about before, but it will take simultaneous to it. I can tell you that there's good news though.
If a person is wet, can you light them on fire in the real world?
Depending on the scenario, yes.
Okay.
Yes. Absolutely. If the intensity of the fire is greater than the dampness of the material, the intensity of this would be extreme. I will say you'll be happy to know that the block of ice is not going to make a dexterity saving throw against a fireball cast by something within it. So you are unquestionably going to do all the damage to the block of ice.
But
for
here's
sure.
the thing: does he get some sort of protection for being in ice against the damage of the fireball?
It's kind of what I was asking.
The mote that is the fireball travels from your finger to the target. If he is surrounded in ice, it's going to hit the ice when it leaves his finger.
Yeah, I know. But he's
Right.
still
So it's
covered
going
in
to
ice.
go off
which I would think-
inside the ice and then transfer out.
That's right.
Okay.
Oh,
That's right.
that's
Okay.
okay.
wondering. I mean, that's one way to do it, I guess. Just gonna leave it at that.
All right. Let us see.
Okay, so because it's 20 feet, it's a 20-foot sphere. They're 11 feet away from me, and I'm.
It will hit them. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
No question
Yeah.
about that. Oh yeah.
Because if I aim for them, that means
But
I'm like still within the fireball, but in their like.
well, no, because the way this works is exactly what Trent just said. It's going to go off inside your ice block, so the radius effectively is going to come from you, but that still
Right, yeah,
hits
that's
them
kinda-
just as
yeah,
much.
yeah.
So it's going to be centered on you regardless.
Well,
It
It really wouldn't matter. I mean, whether it
Right,
blows
yeah,
up
exactly,
on you
exactly.
or on them, you are still within the radius
wouldn't
of the
matter,
spell,
right.
and you're still going to take the damage.
That's right.
Cool.
Chad is telling you not to give him the cold
I guess-
shoulder.
I guess
He had
the
a solid
last
start
thing
today. He was so cool about that.
Oh god.
I am.
oh, how many? Oh,
I'm so pleased that you find the struggle of the ballad of Raw and Shallow so entertaining.
I mean, it's only like 300
Um,
degrees of separation, so you know.
Ooh.
Wow.
okay.
Wow.
I love you
There
all.
is 212.
And this is our family friendly. This is our family friendly stream.
You heard the okay from Jen just now. That's the okay. I'm blowing him up first. That's what that was.
No. I was sitting there trying to. I'm trying to think strategically and tactically, and I'm sorry, Rowan, you're not in that now anymore. I'm like, okay, I know what I need to do to.
Right. You're on the other side anyway. At the moment, you wouldn't be able to see him doing this.
I'm basically leaned up against my sister's leg, trying
100%,
not to
yeah.
pass out.
Let's roll the
Yeah.
damage on that fireball then. I will roll, dex saves for them, but let's roll the damage on the fireball because, as I say, the ice is not going to, make a dex save. So
8d6. I do have you here.
And to address your can you set someone on fire when they're wet question, no, the water would have to boil off first, but they would be covered in boiling water as the water.
Oh,
was,
well.
you know.
Yeah.
Does Dungeons and Dragons 50 edition have rules for boiling water damage?
No.
Good.
Not that
about
I know of. Okay. Okay. So 30, right, it has to make for DC 15. It is extraordinary, by the way, how dexterous these creatures are. I just want to be clear about that. They are.
Which means they both
they're
rolled a
something
natural
else.
one.
No, that's not what that meant. But
Good Lord.
I will talk about what happens to them in a minute. What I will say is that the ice is utterly blown apart, and you all hear this sound, and at first you think that, presumably there's more fire. But in fact, the fire that is there, which I would actually now, can I spread this even further? Well, I should probably just copy it. Let's see. Let's just copy that.
Do you
Put
have
that-
no orbs of fire? Do we just have
No,
straight
you're right.
lines?
You're right. Well, no, it's not that. I'm trying to think of what it's going to have lit on fire next. Is what I'm trying to do. Because we got some
That-
brush here. You are in a
that tree
desert.
you're
I think
under.
yeah. Okay. So we'll talk about that in a minute. But so 30 points of damage is going to obliterate the block of ice. Now, there's bad news and good news. The bad news is that this is. Since you are not capable of making a dexterity save yourself, Rowan, having been in the middle of this ice, you are going to take all of that 30, which means you're at negative 16, I believe, which means you're down. Although the good news there is that you're now out of the ice, unquestionably. I have the other bit of news, which is not as good, still on the bad news part, is the fact that both of these ones made their saves, although it still hits them for a lot, and both of them look exceedingly hurt. They're not dead, but they're both very close to death. But you know who is dead, Rowan? Do you remember your invisible mage guy? It's amazing how invisibility doesn't do anything against a fireball that was hit them directly. And you hear this tortured screech of metal and wood and other things. And what you get there is... As I
He was so invisible, I forgot that he existed.
Right?
He probably would have wished that you would have wanted that, but that is going to kill him outright. He is he does not make his dex save. So the mage is destroyed, which is a nice boost, nice benefit to this.
Yes.
However, Rowan is in a rough spot here, sitting at negative 16, and we'll have to start making death saves. But has done some serious damage. That is entering with a blast. Yes.
You see a large ball of fire emerge from the edge of
I'll get 2 seconds.
Nisiana's aura, and then you see me fall to my knees and then collapse into a crumple of just a pile of smoldering Rowan on the floor.
Oh no!
I can't get to you. It's
Tanta,
gotta
what
be
were you gonna say?
within the green.
So as soon as that mage drops, any concentrations he had going also drop.
That is right. Mm-hmm. That is correct. And I think that might have affected other things, although the ice has been obliterated anyway. But yes, that was the minute you said fireball, I'm like, this is going to hurt a lot, but that will actually really help if it hits this other guy, and it did. So
the funny part is he totally forgot the mage was around, which is even more hilarious.
Yeah. No, I knew. I was.
You did.
I knew, but I was
had
just
no
like,
idea.
Yeah, which was great. So,
That's
yeah, exactly. Live suing.
I can see.
Well done
the
in
ice
spite of yourself,
explodes.
Rowan.
Big fireball goes off. As Rowan is about to drop, he hears the screech from behind him, turns around and sees what happens. Like,
It's like, you deserve that. Fire versus ice. I respect going down bright with a blast, but I never thought about this. Yeah, exactly, Div. All right, good stuff out of Rowan. Hopefully Rowan's sacrifice will not be in vain, and hopefully the party can...
it's better to burn out than to fade away.
Wow.
Ooh, and I have so many boosts for live suing as well.
Oh,
I
man.
even know what that quote is from.
Yep.
One of my favorite movies. And there's only one.
Well, I'm actually
Only
referring to
one.
the song lyric, but
Right,
sure.
yeah.
You can do both.
John,
You
you're
can do
fired. All right, I'm sorry. It's just not necessary.
No.
both. That's Rowan. Rowan is fired.
Rowan is fired.
Ooh.
Nisiata, you're up. Tanton
Oh
is on
my-
deck.
Oh my god.
Okay, so my
No,
first
he's just all
action
fired up.
is to move my spiritual weapon the 30 feet to I think that's going to be right about here.
Funk soul brother.
Waiting for it.
I know that's not right.
Right there.
5, 10, 15. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I believe I said these are 5-foot squares.
Yeah.
You did.
35?
Okay, so if you're going to move them 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, that would put it here.
Oh,
That's okay. That's
well,
all right.
you know what?
That's right. Yep.
That's okay. I'm still moving it very
Okay.
specifically.
Okay.
Second is that was a bonus. That was just the thing.
Yeah, the bonus
I'm now
action, yep.
healing myself because healer, heal thyself before your sister has a heart attack.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm going to actually do this at the highest level that I have. That is not a 0 because I am starting to run out of spells. And add 5 to this. So I just got.
And I'm sorry to interrupt you. You're doing this as a standard action, right? Not a bonus, because you've used your bonus action to move your
That is
spiritual weapon.
correct.
Okay, just making sure.
Sounds 22
good.
plus 5, 27.
Oh,
Nice.
hail and hearty. Look, 27 more or a total of 27?
27. Yeah, 27.
Total of 27. Okay.
No. Sorry, 27 plus 6. whatever
Okay,
that
so
is.
33. Got it. Okay, sounds good.
I am at 33, so I am looking better. But
Good.
I also know that these creatures hit very, 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 very hard.
And they
And I
like
think
you.
That is all I can do right now.
All right, that was good though. That was keeping you up. That's going to lead us to Tantin. You are up. You have probably at least heard the roar of flames, and so on, but I don't think you'd be able to see
Roaring
anything through
flames
that.
everywhere.
Yeah,
What
exactly. I was going to
difference
say,
does it make?
a new
Plus
roar of
one
flames.
more.
Yeah.
So Tanton is going to come down here and he will pass the ladies and see one of these dudes over here and be like, oh, well, and having seen Nisiana just heal herself, he's like, yes, exactly. Excuse me. And he's going to shoot at this dude.
Tanton, who has been deadly in this fight with this crossbow, by the way.
Oh, that ends now.
I can't
Don't
jinx
say
you. You
that.
can only jinx yourself.
13.
No, that's a miss. But that's not my doing.
This one, however, will be
There you
different.
go. That's right.
No, it won't.
Or not.
For those of you listening at home, I rolled 2 3s in a row for a total
Amazing.
of 13 and a total of 13.
Off the 16. Yeah.
Off the 16, yeah. Yeah, that's awesome. Sort of thing. Yeah, it's great. And he just sort of stops and looks at his crossbow for a moment. It's like, be right with you. And that's pretty much the turn.
Okay. All right. It is now the Steel Defenders' turns. And they are going to zip out from behind him. And you should know some of these, having seen these things before. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
Well, we've seen one.
Right.
That being Spanner. Errol
That's right.
was an Iron Defender, which is a different thing.
Oh, right. I was thinking of Spanner, but yes. Okay, so they kind of flank out here. So they're basically on either end of this road. They're going to go. I guess they probably actually, now that I think of it, they will probably slide here because they are trained to do this. So one of them is going to double move there. The other one's just going to stop here. So they're basically now, and I understand they're also flanked by, at the moment, Marimé and Alarian, but they are currently flanking Alarian and seem to be focused on them, which is appropriate since the next one to go is this creature with the 2 shields. And he comes, let's see, zipping through here.
Which Tanton sees for the first time is like, oh.
Yeah. 10, 15, 20. He charges directly at you, Alarian, and is going to make a shield charge attack on you. Now, his shield attack is, you've never actually seen someone move this quickly with shields. 3 times he's going to attack with these shields. So he is going to attempt to hit. Yeah, first one's a terrible miss. Second one looks like
it's a wonderful miss. Please continue.
I know, yeah. Why would there not be a miss? Let's see. Okay, well, first 2 are 16 and a 15. The third one, though, is a 26.
That'll do it.
All right. So because this is on a shield charge, I'm going to roll the damage for that last attack, but because that was all part of the shield charge, I'm also going to need you to make a strength saving throw.
All right. Is this a thing to prevent me from being knocked off my feet?
This is not actually quite about that. It could involve that, although I know you're floating, so I get that.
Well, the thing is, I have advantage against those kind of rolls.
Right. Well, the thing is, so the reading of it, well, no, because the reading of it is that you will be pushed ahead of this creature for the rest of the move. If you fail by a certain amount, then you could theoretically be knocked prone. But I don't want to give you advantage to that only because
that makes sense.
You understand what I'm saying?
I gotcha.
So,
all right. Luckily, strength is actually one of my best ones. So we're
Don't say that.
It is Clash of the Titans, baby. That's saving throw, right? Why did I have that on? Well, 17.
A 17 is not enough. Although it's not enough for you to be thrown off your feet anyway.
All right.
What happens, though, sadly, and this was obviously part of the mix, is he runs at you and then pushes you into the corner of the building. And Nisiana has this rather terrifying experience of seeing Alarion slam into the corner of the building, and like little bits of wood and kind of stone rain down. Had that not been there, Alarion would have been right in Nisiana's face and would have bashed into her, but did not do that. Instead, bashed into the building. So you are going to take. Let's talk about the damage here. And an additional 1d6 bludgeoning. 25 bludgeoning damage is going to come out of that.
All right.
So how much do you want to go to
down
Witch?
To 0. Oops. So that leaves 17 left, right? Supposed to be down to 50.
Left, right?
Yeah. What did I say? So Dartmouth is 0.
25.
17. Yes, that's right. Yep,
off
you're right.
the armor
You're
and
right. You're right.
17 off his
That'll be
points.
50 out of 78. Right.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Now, but you did not go prone. That's the good news. But he, so he's right up against you, and he says, "You are a disgrace to your race."
Oh, you got really? Okay.
Yep. Okay. So he says that, which is I'm sure is just lovely.
I'm just so mortally wounded.
Exactly.
Gosh.
Okay. Now it is the turn of these other two fine individuals who are going to run forward. I don't think they're going to go after Rowan, who they just see smoldering on the ground. So they are going to go. So instead, they are going to go. Tanton is the obvious target because Tanton just happens to be standing there.
And shot at them.
And shot at them, yes. So they are going to come up and attack you. They are going to, let's see, targets, yes, right. So they're going to attack you, and they're going to do so using their short swords. Again, great speed out of these creatures, which you may have seen. I don't know if you actually hit them before, Tanton. I don't know that you would have, so you may not have seen their speed yet. But you're about to. Okay, each one is going to get 3 attacks with their short sword. So that is a 21, a 21, and a 19.
Shield.
On the first one?
On me.
No, I'm saying on the... You mean... Oh, right. So shield goes up and then it's going to stay up there for the rest of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So... Shield.
Which... I looked it up last time and now I've forgotten how much it is.
+4?
Should be +4. My mouse
Plus
is
5.
broke.
Plus 5 to my AC.
My mouse is
Damn.
broken. I have
So
to...
my 16 becomes a 21.
All right, hang on a second.
So if they roll less than 21, they can't hit me.
Okay. Wait a second.
Just for the sake of stuff, we'll put it into the...
That's triggering attack. Yep. Okay. Good stuff. All right. So, let's see. What did I say? What we were looking at? It was a. I said 21, 21, and 19, right?
You said 16, 16. I thought...
No, I did not. I definitely said 21, 21, and 19.
So the 21's hit, the 19 does.
That's why I wanted to ask you about shield, because when you said that, I was like, wait a minute, because it's, yeah.
Well, one attack would miss, so...
That's true. That's
Yep.
true. So are you still doing it?
Yeah.
Okay. So that means you're going to be hit by 2. So far. That's right. That was on the first dude's attack. Okay, but that AC is going to stay up the whole time.
It stays with me all round.
That's right.
so
That's right.
the
Oh,
other
yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's a very good call, obviously. Okay, so that is 11 piercing damage, but this is also going to get extra damage because of sneak attack, which it gets because it's got an ally within 5 feet of you, and it is not at disadvantage on this roll. So that is going to be an additional 13 points of damage. So 13 plus whatever I said before, which was
24 so far.
So 24. Okay, so 24 points of damage from that first attack. Second attack from the guy. Oh, okay. Well, that's a crit. The second one's a 16. That's a miss. and the third one is a critical miss. So you just got crit once on that first one. That, however, was unfortunate.
I just believe in you.
Let's see. So that is going to be 10 plus that one sneak attack damage because see previous comment. 18, 16, 20. So another 20. So 48 points of damage on that turn. Tanton. The ow. That's a big ow. So, okay.
That brings me down to what?
That brings you down to 12. Without that shield, though, you'd be dead. So
Yeah.
that shield was a very good call. Okay. You'll be happy to know that all the bad guys have gone. And that leads us to Merime. Merime, you got some serious problems. You have Tanton being hammered down to your right. To your left, you have Alarian being quite literally hammered and flanked by steel dogs and attacked by this shield thing. So, rough spot. What do you want to do?
Okay. Well, there's really no winning here. So I'll just tell my sister, like, we're counting on you to keep us up, so make sure you keep yourself up too. All right. Pull out my sword. Well, I already have it out, and I'm gonna go and that steel defender there. That's
This one here?
between me and Alarian.
Yes.
I'm gonna attack him because I get advantage on my attack, right?
Logical. Yes,
Perfect.
because of the flank. Yes.
So I'm going to try to hit him good. 23?
23 will hit. Yep.
So that's 10? No, 10 plus.
10 piercing.
There's 10
Well-
piercing at the bottom.
It says plus 10 though for my. Oh wait,
No,
no,
that's
damage.
to
Okay,
hit.
I know what
That's to hit.
I'm just very enthusiastic. Okay, 10 piercing.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm gonna hit it again.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh wait, first I'm gonna do a flourish so
Thank
that
you.
in case
Yeah,
I
there you
don't
go.
hit it the next time.
There you go.
So I am going to do a defensive flourish.
Okay.
So that's 1d8. Oh yes, 8
Wow.
extra damage.
Nice.
And then I'm gonna hit again, so I
And
get plus.
isn't that plus 8 to your armor class?
It is. So right now my armor class is at 26, so we're like armor class buddies.
Very nice.
Buddies, that's right.
Yay! Okay,
Yes,
and
dear God, we need it.
right, hit again, at advantage again. We are flanking, and
Wow.
29. So 8 points of piercing damage.
Okay, 8 piercing damage. That does not kill the steel defender, but it is very hurt. That is a lot of damage in one turn.
Okay.
You hear a metallic "oh" from within it. I'm just kidding.
I'm gonna
It
give it
doesn't.
a look.
It's not plaintive. It's very evil looking and all that. Okay, good stuff, Mermaid. Are you trying to move anywhere? I mean, you don't have a lot of options as to where to
No,
go, probably.
I'm gonna stay there to kind of help Alarian as much as possible, and mentally support Tenton, and I'm gonna try to position myself so that I can kind of be a little bit in front of Nisiana. But I realize that in gameplay that might not be doable, but in RP,
That's the
visualize.
plan. I gotcha. Sounds good. Alarian, you were up. You have a massive Warforged in your grill.
Yeah,
And 2 dogs to either side of you, but otherwise, it's two steel defenders.
yeah. Ari, check your chat. I need a quick
Oh,
thought process from you.
yeah. Okay.
Guys, the next round he's gonna go to town on me. You know what? I think I'm gonna do it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it makes sense.
Arv,
Agreed.
so I get 3 attacks. I'm gonna try 1 on the wounded steel defender because that gives me advantage on it.
Yep.
We're gonna do the first one on that, hopefully.
Okay.
There goes. 19?
Will hit, yes.
Yeah, 7.
And that will kill it, too.
Excellent.
Yay!
All right. Now I turn back to D-bag here and then 2 more attacks on him.
Okay.
Without the normal, obviously.
Right.
I do not have that until a little bit later. So first attack. That's not going to do it.
14 is a miss.
Oh,
10
That's
also
not
a
going to
miss.
do it either. Yep.
Clang,
Yep.
clang. Both of your swords he just discards
shield, yeah,
without
I
any
must
problem
prevent the
whatsoever.
trolley.
Yep.
Exactly.
All right. Well,
I mean, I
That was
didn't
it?
roll 1, but I still believe in you.
yeah.
And he looks at you and chuckles and says, "Weak."
I haven't responded at all yet.
No, you haven't. I know.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Now, forgotten by all, it is the soldiers' turn. The problem is that the soldiers are also walled off by the ever-growing wall of fire that you can see here, but they're going to do their best. They
Is
are
that
going to
still
come
up, the
around
wall of
here.
fire? Isn't it concentration?
The wall of fire isn't the issue. It's the setting half the town on fire that's the problem.
Oh, yeah.
And that is continuing to grow. I really should call that less of a. I should call it less of a wall and more of a ground area, like
A natural disaster.
Yeah. Natural disaster.
We
area.
are a force of nature as a group.
Yeah, that's unquestionably true. Okay. Question is, can they get to anybody? I don't think the soldiers are going to leap through the fire. It seems unlikely.
Hold on. Arv, it is concentration, so any walls Rowan had up is now gone.
No, but I'm not talking about that. This is what you're seeing there is the actual burning of stuff on the ground and around it that's been set on fire since. This is not a wall anymore.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
It's
all right.
and that's not going to go away. Nature is concentrating for you in this case.
Well, you guys have a road over here, for Christ's sake, so take the alleyway.
Yeah, well, that's what they're going to do. They are going to do that, although they're going to be limited in terms of how far they can get. They'll probably try to get down here. And let's see. And there are great shouts going up, everywhere else with this too. And you do, in fact, hear.
Oh God.
Live
showing that was low even for me.
Rowan started the fire. It's now burning since the Eberron world is turned. Yes, you start the fire. Okay. Okay. So, let's see. So you hear all of, let's see. So you hear all of this, and you hear suddenly this sound of horns coming from down here. And as we move to the top of round 8, you see striding forward with a couple of Braelish soldiers around him, none other than General Tyresh. And as General Tyresh moves this way,
I'll take flanking from him.
He walks up and he says, "Well done, my fellows." His voice wheezes out, calls out, "Dispatch those beastly things with," and then there is a, and this building essentially explodes. There is a shower of burning stone and wood that falls on top of Lord Bucket and his soldiers.
Yes! I didn't do it.
And this
I
is...
just healed him!
He is currently, and you can just sort of make out through the smoke and fire that, first of all, his soldiers are clearly, you don't see them, but you have to assume they're dead. But he himself, you can just sort of see one arm out of the debris, and it's kind of like, sort of reaching feebly. He's clearly not dead yet, but quite obviously...
Anyone within my aura who is an ally.
Well, he's here. How far is this aura?
Oh, you can see the green line. I can't see it on the map. I don't see where you are.
Yeah, he's a good, that's a good 35 feet outside.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Well, if I could get to him, but there are some things blocking the way.
We're having issues on multiple fronts here. We can't get to Rowan, and he's down.
Well, at least the soldiers behind me and my sister are now protected within my aura.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Let's see if I can find... I want to see if I can find something to kind of indicate...
Tell me you have an arm. Tell me you have an arm ready in rubble.
Something
that would be awesome.
I don't know.
Do I have rubble?
A lot of my magic healing his butt, only for him to run into, I don't know, a booby trap.
Okay.
I'm seeing literally his butt, but...
And he is a booby, so...
There's a lot of booty stuff here, and I healed it. So I want his booty to be alive, God.
I want his booty to be alive. That is a lot of quote.
The living
and
booty.
Arv,
there you
if
go.
you have an icon for the hand of Vecna, you could just use that instead of sticking out of the rubble.
The booty of Vecna.
Oh my God.
Let's see. We're gonna.
Wow, that looks much better than I thought he would, to be quite honest.
All right, we're gonna put him.
That's like Anson Mount levels of hello.
He looked. Listen. He looked the part. The problem wasn't that. It was that he was,
That's true. The social general. That's a good point.
General of shreds and patches, to misquote Hamlet. Okay. So anyway, so we've got that going on. We are now at the beginning of round 8. Tyresh is in huge trouble. Rowan is in huge trouble, and it is to Rowan whom we turn first. Rowan, I need you to make a death saving throw, please. Chat, I have a feeling those inspirations may become necessary. So just
roll in that 20. You'll be fine.
Inspirations would be very useful.
I will note he is not within 30 feet of me. He's within 60 feet of me. So I can't believe in him, even if I do believe in him. So
Your dogs.
Wherever you are, I believe in you.
Thanks, Divinorium.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Emotionally,
Appreciate that.
I'm with
I'm
you.
really glad Divinorium doesn't have that inspiration, because that would have been cruel.
Yeah, inspire dogs. Wow.
He's inspiring
right?
the gods. It's not.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
It does not look like an inspiration is forthcoming unless Chad has got one ready to fire. I don't know if you do.
But I do.
It's the beginning
inspire
of
yes, you do. That's right. All right. Tren has inspired. Or will inspire in just a moment. Will inspire Rowan to make this saving throw.
Okay, so that would mean that I make it at advantage?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay, cool. Because I'm gonna roll real physical dice for this.
Oh, nice.
oh dear.
I can't remember where I got these dice from. Can't remember the company that makes them, but they have hearts on them for the D20s, so I'm using those.
Oh, nice.
That's what
Was
I-
it at Gen Con that you got these by chance or no?
No, I got these online ages and ages ago.
Okay.
I barely roll physical dice because I barely play in rooms with people, so this is perhaps the first time that I'm ever actually rolling them.
It's a good time to pull them out.
Advantages so useful in this moment because I got a 13 and a 3.
Okay.
Oh, gee.
Well, let's be happy for the 13. Okay, 1 death success. All right. So 1 death save success. All right. Sounds good. You do not slip further down the tunnel towards the light. And that's going to lead us to good stuff, Rowan. That leads us to Nisiana. All right, Nisiana, you are up. And the general is down, as is Rowan, although I don't think you can see that yet.
Well, no, I can see Rowan, but I can't see the general. I'm sorry.
That's gorgeous.
I'm not convinced you can see Rowan. You have Merime, you have Tanton, and
I am
2
also
blade
like
skirmishers
on
in
my
front of you.
knees, and I'm little, and I can look between legs. And he exploded things.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a fantastic Mr. Fox line in there on what she just said, and I'm little.
And I'm little.
Because I'm little.
Is, Merime is mind connected with all of us.
Well,
I am.
yeah,
I would have
but
felt him go down.
would you? Would he have said like, "Oh, I'm dead"? Like, I mean, what would
Well,
he
the
have...
sudden lack of response is probably something.
Yeah.
Well,
would
okay, so that is what I would say. If there's sort of a like Rowan, if there's something like that.
Yeah, because I was probably chatting with him while he was a frozen statue just to keep him,
So wait, did
entertained
Rowan give you the I'm about to do something very silly, just take
Probably.
a step back? Okay. All right.
Would
I
you?
mean, knowing me, I would have told you nothing.
Okay,
It would have
so
just occurred to me.
Yeah.
Okay, but I saw a big fire thing go where Rowan was frozen, and he stopped
Yeah.
communicating.
Here's what I'll say. I actually think I'll allow this, but I think you're going to have to shift a little bit, Nisiana. If you
Okay.
move to here, to here, which is right behind basically Merime, so right over
Okay.
next to that wall, then I will say that through the smoke and the legs of multiple people and whatever, you can probably see the smoking ruin of what might be a Rowan. The smoking Rowan, if you will. I think not in that way, just smoking as if hit by fireball. So I think you'll be able to see through that. So yes, I will allow that if you're able to see that. So you can see the Rowan's in trouble.
Yeah, okay, let me move this a little bit, just because I need it centered on me. It's still... Okay. So my first action is to bring my spiritual weapon
Mm-hmm.
to flank against double shield dude.
Get that dude. Mm-hmm.
And attack him at
Okay.
advantage.
Okay.
Because I can, and where's my spiritual weapon? There. Did you do any good?
Nice.
23.
Miss.
I missed it. 23.
Yes, you did.
Oh,
Have I mentioned
lordy.
how many shields this guy has?
Okay.
Yeah, a lot.
Shit.
All right. Well, okay. Damn. All right. And now I'm going to do mass healing word, which should get me, but all of my allies, basically. All of my main allies. The guards are on their own.
What's the rate? What's the?
50.
Did you say 50?
60. 60
Yeah. Okay.
feet.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it will.
All right. Mass healing word. And add 5 to this. So 4, 5, plus 5. So 14 points. Everybody gets 14
points. All right.
Oh, thank you.
So, Rowan, you remember you start from 0 when this happens. So you're at 14, although still prone. So you're kind of like, as you're looking up at the sky. You do smell a lot of sulfur, Rowan, around you, just to be clear. Okay, 14. So Nisiana, that includes yourself that gets this,
Yep.
right, for mass healing?
And I was like, I also get an extra 5 hit points every time I
Mm-hmm.
do. So that actually puts me 47 plus 5
So
is
52.
52.
And
So I now-
Tanton was in the range of that, so that's
Yes, he
26.
And Alarian and Rowan and Marie.
Okay,
my sister.
so
Thank you.
92 for you, Marimay, I think,
Yeah, that's what I have.
and 64 for you, Alarian.
Yep.
When I
Alright.
have 64.
So my main thing at this point, the spiritual weapon at this point, until it is somehow goes away, I think I have another 8
Yep,
rounds on it.
Let's confirm how long, just while you're thinking about it. But I mean,
okay.
you could don't do it
Well-
right now. You can do it in between, but just
Yeah.
be thinking about that.
Yeah, I have 8 rounds on it left.
Okay.
Which is why I need to do that.
Wow. Wow, Marie. Wow.
What? Wow. What? Wow.
Well, Div said in
Crap.
chat, legit question, is Rowan wet or crispy? And Marie says he's definitely battered.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Damn.
Oh, come on!
I-
That's
I
like...
will say, as someone who has been branded, it smells like barbecue and it makes you hungry.
Ow.
I
Ouch,
will.
all the way.
I just one of those things that, if you haven't experienced it, you wouldn't know.
Yeah.
I have so many
And
questions,
I-
but
I
I'm going
mean,
to
really.
You know
resist
what? I
asking
will
it.
tell you
But
offline.
not for right now.
I will tell you offline.
Nisiana, you moved obviously the 5 feet over, or
I
basically
moved
to
the
go over
5
there.
feet. I did my spiritual weapon. I healed everybody. I am now considering what spell within the ring. I have a couple other spells, but I don't have any more really big spells, so
Mhm.
I'm now.
Well, I mean, listen, I think it was the right time to use them, for sure.
Just asking to make sure you just moved your spiritual weapon, or did you attack with it as well?
I did attack with it. I missed at a
Missed
23.
with a 23.
Missed with a 23.
Jesus Christ!
Yep.
I know.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
That means I have to use my hero point on my spiritual weapon next time.
Okay, that's going to bring us to Tanton, who is feeling somewhat better than about 5 seconds ago, but
Yeah.
you still got 2 of these guys in your grill, Tanton.
Yeah, it would seem so. So I don't see. I was pretty sure I had my light hammer at thing with stuff and doohickeys. Like you do.
Right. Yes.
So, I'm going to do a thing where I'm going to use my light hammer, because while I am a sharpshooter, I would still gain disadvantage attacking in melee range unless I had crossbow expert, which I don't. So,
Excuse me.
Nice.
so light hammer with this attacky bit here, and that is a 20, and I'm
Go ahead.
going to pump in a branding smite.
Ah.
But not natural one.
I have heard this branding smite before, but remind us. Also, that hits. And also, I assume you're aiming for the one that's slightly more hurt than the other. They are both in pretty bad shape.
yeah,
But
yeah. Let me find branding smite here. Branding smite. Put it in the thingy. There. So yeah, it basically adds an extra amount. 2d6
2d6 radiant. Okay. All right. So go ahead and roll your damage then.
So here is the damage for the light hammer itself. 6 plus an extra 2. You said 2d6, right? Is that what I said?
That is what you said.
Okay, so slash. I don't want to look up the thing. 2d6, go. An extra 7 points, so 11 points.
Okay. I don't know whether you'll be happy or disappointed to learn that you obliterated him. You had him at hello, by which I mean, 2 hit points, basically. So you brand him, and his corpse lights up and hits the ground, basically.
Nice.
Nice.
So he is dead. There is one that remains.
Well, fortunately, I have another attack.
Indeed.
So I'm going to use that one on him.
I don't think you can use Branding Smite again, though,
No,
right? Like
I
this
can't,
was just a regular.
But again, a 20.
And 20 will once again hit.
Nice.
And
Smack 'em. Yes.
for 8 points.
All right. Now he is, with incredible speed, manages to move slightly out of the way of your attack. So you do not completely destroy him, but he's extremely close to death. So he just missed taking the full sort of wrath of your hammer, so to
Okay.
speak. All right, Tanton, good stuff. Are you going to stay where you are? Or do you want to shift out of the way 5 feet either way, or what?
For the moment, I'm staying here, because I have other ideas that might come into play.
Okay.
So.
All right. Then it is the turn of the Steel Defender. Steel Defender is going to slide around behind, basically into position, so you will be able to get flanks on them, Alarian, but he's doing this again because clearly he's been trained to do this, and is going to attempt to attack you with advantage with the power of flank. And let's see. He is going to do... If he hits, let's see. Oh no, that's not going to hit. A 13 is not going to get the job done. I don't believe so. A 13 harmlessly bites off, just bites on your armor with no impact. But now it is the bad guy's turn. Now, this time he is not going to charge you again because he can't do that. Instead, he is going to make his 3 attacks with the shields. Bash, bash, bash. It's been a little while since we've had one of these deals. Let's see, Triffid or Drew. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Drew. Bye-bye, bot. Okay, so Bastion is going to come in and is going to attack you 3 times with shields, Alarian. Sadly, at advantage for each one of these, I'm sorry to say. Okay, so the first one is going to be a terrible miss with a 16.
Wait, haven't you been moving at haste?
The what?
Yeah, it gives me a +2.
Okay.
Yeah, you've
sorry,
calculated that as part of it.
We got
Alright.
the armor class calculated. Oh, good.
I just got confused with that. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's okay. No problem. Second one is going to be a 21 with advantage.
Miss.
It's probably still not enough. Third one is going to be 26.
Right on it. Yep.
Okay.
Well, that's okay. I'll take the 1 rather than 2 or 3, so it's all good.
Yeah, exactly. When he hits like a truck, but he has only hit several times. Okay, let's see. He is going to do
that
a
frickin' armor class.
total. Yep. 19 bludgeoning damage. As he slams into you. So that's Noe just left, so that's all going to the hit points, right?
Take down to 45.
45 is right. Yep. Okay. All right. That is going to lead us to the last one who hasn't acted yet, who is this still somehow standing. I'm still standing. The blade skirmisher guy here, who's going to attack you again, Tanton, and will attempt to hit you with furious vengeance and anger, theoretically. Let's see.
He is not nearly as cool as Jules.
That's right. He makes
Thank you
3
very
attacks,
much.
but what terrible rolls. That is
What
a
terrific
10, a
rolls.
12, and a
need to say.
15.
All miss.
All miss.
Nice.
Yep. Oh,
Well
there you
done.
go.
He is a master of his craft. Right?
Sadly, none of those work from the point of view of the blade skirmishes. Okay,
Well,
that's going to lead
too
us
damn
up to Merime.
All right. Now I assume
Indeed,
that I
Live.
can. I assume that I can see the two shield guy,
Yes, you definitely can.
as he's big and
He's big.
wailing on the
I mean,
Larian.
Laren's also big, but yes, still.
Okay,
Oh.
I am going to point my rapier towards him, and a lance will come out of it and charge towards his head as I cast. Oh, I saw it there. As I cast Rolathim's Psychic Lance.
Oh.
Ooh.
I will-
Yes, that is very good.
Okay,
Mhm.
so
I hardly approve of this action.
That's one of my favorite of his hits.
I don't have it as an attack for some reason, but here, let me just okay, describe it to you then, if I may.
Mhm.
So Shimmering Lance, it's great. So you have to make an intelligence saving throw, DC 17.
Does not make that.
Perfect. So
Good.
then
Good.
so you're gonna like this because I know you like this stuff. So you take 76 damage, which I will do, and you are incapacitated until the start of your next turn.
Ooh, very nice.
My next turn.
You did say 7d6, not 76.
No, she said 76.
76. Yeah.
The damage is already pre-calculated.
Yeah, pre-constructed, right.
It's good. I mean, you know.
Oh, it's all
Okay,
good,
so
Drew. You
roll
got it pretty fast anyway. That's funny.
76 plus. Do I add my spell attack bonus to stuff like that?
Yes.
Plus 9. Okay, roll. I like having to use the advanced roller. So that is 39 points of psychic damage, and you're incapacitated until my next turn.
Okay, what's the name of this lance again?
Rolothim's Psychic Lance. Here, I can copy and paste the stuff and give it to you.
Yeah, I
in,
believe you. I just want to look at
No,
the
that's fair. Here, can I give it to you in there you go. It's in the Zoom chat.
right from your forehead. 76. Right. So, okay. So you do not increase. The reason I'm asking is it's just the 7d6. You don't get extra
Okay.
damage added onto that.
I don't get that. Okay, so then it's just 30.
Okay. That's why I was checking. I wanted to make sure.
But I still feel good about that.
Yeah, no, I mean, as you should. And he says, "Ah!" As he feels the lance, feels the power of the lance.
Feels that is good.
His baleful glance falls on you. Before he's incapacitated. Okay.
And
it's till I'm sorry, and it's till your next turn. or-
yeah, it says till your next turn, so
Got
that's
it.
my next turn.
Okay.
Which is awesome
s-
because that means he can't attack next turn.
Exactly, and I will tell Alarian. I will say he's incapacitated until for 6 seconds. Get him, and I will give you 1 point of inspiration. Not point of
Cool,
inspiration,
okay,
but one
all right.
inspiration from Bard. 1d8.
And that's a D8. Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
1d8, which I will count off.
Luckily, I go next.
And that's it. That's all I'll do. I'll stay where I am now.
Good stuff. That's going to lead us to Alarian.
All right. What am I thinking? You'd think they'd come up with something different. But they just gonna not. They just attack 3 times at advantage. And I will use that D8 when necessary. And also, inspiration wouldn't really help me at this stage, to be honest. All right, let's see what happens. First attack. I can really use.
Ooh,
Well,
nice.
that's a 27.
That will hit.
Nice.
All right, for 5 points.
Okay.
That's fine. That's fine. Don't complain. It's still damage. Second attack.
Doink.
21's not going to do it.
Right.
Well, I'm going to use the inspiration on this one
Okay.
because it's close.
Excuse me.
Up. Baby. So that makes it 26.
26 will hit.
11.
Yes.
Okay.
That
11.
works. Thank you, Marie. Thank you, Mermaid. Yeah. And the third
High
attack.
5.
Right. 22 is not gonna.
Miss.
All right. Well, 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Okay. Meatloaf strides through the fire. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Okay.
Wait, before we do a thing for that, I am... Yeah, I'm gonna bend luck. I'm gonna spend 2 sorcery points as a reaction.
Can you see that, though? Do you have to be in sight line?
I would say he's blocked by the building.
I don't think you can, I don't think you can see it, Yaron, because you're still prone. Like, you're still like...
Wait, what did Brandon? Wait, Brandon,
I'm
what did
still
you say?
prone and I'm still around a wall.
Yeah, I think you'd have to see it.
I am, yeah, it's not line of sight.
Yeah.
Soon, though.
I could have used it. You could crawl forward, sir. Well,
Yeah, when I get in the street, we'll do things.
Yeah.
There you go. Yes.
It was a good call.
Party. It'll be a party.
Okay, Alarian, and then are you going to move or stay where you are?
No, I'm going to stay to protect Nisiana. Trying between her and the defender and Goon.
Okay.
Goon boy, who's still going to lose his next round, which could be very important. So yeah, that's a good thing.
All right. It is the Brailish soldiers' turn, and they are going to come here and fire away at the skirmisher guy. Oh. They will hit the skirmisher guy. They will hit the skirmisher guy. Let's see. And the skirmisher guy is pretty close to death already. That's just enough. Hey, sign one for the Brailish soldiers. So he sort of like, he tries to dodge, but there are 2 soldiers, and he dodges out of one into the other. And
the other, yep, there you go.
And down goes the skirmisher. So now it is just, at least at the moment that you can see, the steel defender and the enormous, temporarily incapacitated dude. But otherwise, everything seems fine. We go to round 9 with Tyresh still buried under the rubble, movements growing more feeble. And we have, of course, Rowan prone. And Rowan, at the very beginning of your turn, just as you're about to operate, you feel 2 hands seize each of your arms. And you look up to see that there are 2 warforged sort of smaller figures, not as big as the skirmishers. They look to be trying to drag you away. They may not be aware that you're awake, by the way, because they're not really paying much attention. They just grabbed your arms and they're beginning to pull you away. Now, you can definitely try to, no, you're not going to pull me away. I mean, you can do many different things, but they are attempting to do this. And as I say, these are smaller, much smaller. They're warforged, clearly, but they're much smaller creatures.
When you say much smaller, you mean of medium size or smaller?
No, I would say, well, I guess they're still technically medium, but they are pretty small of stature, like, I don't know, 4, a little under 5 feet, maybe. Like, they're not the sort of typical imposing, warforged that you've seen to this point. And there are 2 of them currently paying no attention to you other than dragging you away, or starting to drag you away.
Cool. While still prone, I am going to cast. Whoa, just making the hugest tokens ever.
All right.
While still prone, I'm gonna cast Maximilian's Earthen Grasp on the
Nice.
ground, on the 5-foot square. On the 5-foot square of Earth, the left of the Warforged to my left, so it will grab it will grab it by itself.
So this guy, if I got that right, the one over here. Okay. What is I'm not sure that I have heard of Maximilian's Earthen Grasp, but what is this?
Have you seen Dungeons and Dragons Honor Among Thieves?
Oh, yes, I have, but I'm trying to several times. Oh, okay. All right. That's cool.
You choose a 5-foot square unoccupied space on the ground that you can see within range, and I can see it because I'm looking at it because my head is facing the
you're like
a medium hand made of compacted soil rises rises from the ground and reaches for one creature I can see within 5 feet. That target must make a strength saving throw. On a failed save, it takes 2d6 bludgeoning and is restrained for the spell's duration.
Is this what the guy's using in the last fight with the Oh, okay. Interesting.
I think they made taking some liberties. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't think that was 2d6 bludgeoning.
I'm imagining in the movie it's much bigger anyway. I haven't seen on Among Thieves yet.
Worth seeing, by the way. Really fun movie.
A lot of fun.
Much fun.
Okay, let's see. It is. Oh, geez. What's the DC on the that I'm trying to?
My DC is 15.
He makes the saving throw. That is a hell of a, and he shouldn't have. His strength is not great, but he rolled a 19.
Which means he gets no damage and is not restrained. So hand just reaches. It's there.
Okay.
It just so happens to be roughly free. He just manages to just
punch him in the
get
side.
out of the way.
Evade.
Go ahead and roll your damage though, because he does. You said he does take damage, but he's not restrained, right? On a save?
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. Once he succeeds, he does like the damage and the restraint is on. Wait, no, yeah, on the very first time that it is cast, the damage and the restraint are on failed saves. He would get half if he made the saving throw after already being restrained.
Oh, I see.
To take less damage, but once he's gotten out of the restraint, he takes nothing. So it's just the hand is just there.
Okay, so he manages to just miss. The good news is that they're now aware that the good news is that they're now aware that you're awake.
But I mean, I didn't do well. I mean, I did cast the spell and I didn't do it subtly. So
yeah, I was gonna say without the spell, so they probably would know. However, that's definitely, they're aware of the situation. There are also a couple of other soldiers like looking directly at you as they're being dragged, so maybe that will help as well. They're trying to keep you out of the way of the fire too.
Him? This was my action, wasn't it?
Well, I don't know. Is that an action? What is it? A standard action? That spell?
Yeah, that's an action. So I guess I'm just, I tried a thing, and I'm still lying.
I will give you your move action if you wish to try to resist being dragged, though. If you want to try to make your move action, I would count this as basically like a strength saving throw. Not saving throw, let's say a strength check to try to pull free from their grasp. You'll still be prone and all that, but that would be a move that I would allow you to do if you wanted.
Yes, I'll do that. If only so, like, I don't, you don't flee with my body in the opposite direction of where I definitely like to go.
Mm-hmm.
So you said check, not saving through. My strength is...
The strength check, yes.
Garbage.
Yeah. Well...
4.
Oh, wow.
All right.
I'm being dragged expeditiously. You weren't seeing me before, and you're never going to see me again now.
Yeah, so they...
I miss you.
Oh, gosh. No, wow.
They drag you this way.
I am having the worst time.
You're no longer within 60 feet of me?
Oh,
Shit.
no.
Sorry.
I must be 90 or more by now. I'm the only character in a D&D game who is not trying to be comic relief and succeeding.
Well, listen, though, let's keep in mind that the fireball actually helped even the playing field a bit. So, it's not like you've not done anything in this game, but yes, admittedly. Okay. So that's going to bring us to, I won't ask you where you're moving because we already tried that. That moves us to Nisiana. So, Nisiana, you can see now there is...
Rowan isn't Oh, right. I guess I am faster. I was thinking Mia Tantan went before me.
Nope, it's you and then Tantan.
So the big dude is incapacitated when my spiritual weapon hits. How does that work?
You just can't take actions or reactions.
That's right. So
I would have thought it'd be a plus frickin' to hit, but no. According to the player's guide, that's the only thing, which is a little weird, but whatever.
So it's still just a hit at advantage.
That's right.
Yeah, but you gotta get over like 23.
All right.
You can do it.
You
can do it.
We'll start with that.
Like that.
Like that. 26.
26.
There you go.
26 will hit.
And
Oh,
that
you mean to be-
does... Oh, 7 points of damage.
Okay.
And then I am going to use the spell in my ring, and I'm going to do another mass healing word.
Oh, the spell in the ring.
Yep.
Okay.
I've been hanging on to it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Everybody gets
Yeah, I'm not going to from that.
8 points plus 5, 13, and then I get another 5. So everybody gets 13, I get 18.
Except, I think, for Rowan.
I know.
5, 40,
Is Rowan
45,
out of
50.
my range?
Well, what is it, 60?
60.
5, 10,
It's
15, 20,
close.
25, 30, 35, 40.
He's got all those villagers. over
I
there
think
who
I would
can
give
save
that to
him.
you. I think he's right on the edge of it.
So 13
So-
points.
So how much is it? What?
Everybody gets 13, I get
Okay.
18.
All right, so that's 27 for Rowan.
You?
That is 70 for Nisiana. That is 39 for Tanton. That is 105, I think, for Merime. And that is 58 for Alarian.
Yes.
All right, so my
And
next
that is
question
more for the bad guy. No, just kidding.
If I move,
Just joking.
will that Iron Defender attack me?
No,
move
right now, your position actually is that Merime is the one who's connected with him.
So, but if I move towards this guy, towards him, towards a bucket, Tyresh.
You would have to. So to do that, yeah, you're going to attract attacks of opportunity from somebody. You would have to go. Well, okay. Here are the options that you have. Since he is incapacitated, he won't be able to get an attack of opportunity against you. So you would be able to go like here. So 5, 10, 15, 25. You could probably get, if you double moved, or you can't double move because you've already acted. So
Oh.
you could probably get here. But if you get here, to do that, you will take an attack of opportunity from the dog, from the Steel Defender.
Okay.
Because the other option to avoid that is to go south directly from your position, and then when you hit the wall right here, then go east. The only problem with that is you don't get as far, and you're literally right next to the shield bash dude when he is no longer incapacitated. So I don't know if you want to do that.
Damn. You know what? I can't do that because that puts my okay, it's not worth it. All right. I was gonna see if I could go heal Tyresh and that crew, keep them from dying, but to do that means I sacrifice my entire team, and that is a no go.
Hey, you want to save a town, you got to break some eggs.
You know what? I thought about it. I calculated it. I decided it would put Merime and Alarian and Miatantan in danger, and that was not worth it. So,
Yeah, also that you could go kick the bucket. I mean, I just
no, I wasn't going to go kick him. I was going
I
to
know,
save his life. I spent a lot of spells on him.
It's just,
And I am
unfortunate.
down to like
That was
almost
a shitty joke.
cantrips and
Very nice.
Boo. Boo.
Sorry, did you say poo? Is that what you were saying was poo?
It'd take me a minute to digest that one. All right. So, all right. So, Nisiana, that,
damn near killed him. Anyway,
that's
Yeah.
it. That's it for you, I believe.
yep.
Okay, Tanton, you were up.
oh, good.
And the incapacitated person is not. I should say, by the way, the incapacitated person, when this happens, incapacitated does not mean prone. He literally is just
Right.
kind of on one knee. In fact, he's sort of holding onto one of his shields.
The little birdies are circling around his head.
Uh-huh.
Right, exactly.
The important thing is he can't take actions this round, and that's huge.
Mhm.
It's very huge.
Yeah.
Roger,
It's
Roger,
a- it's
what
a
is
big
this?
deal.
A tweeting bird? It says rabbits see stars. God, I love that movie. Anyway, so getting a sense of what's going on here, and I am in a position that I can see Rowan being dragged away, and I'm just gonna be like,
That's
oh
true.
no, quick, and I'm gonna shoot one of these guys.
Okay. Yeah, you got sight on both of them, actually. Which one? This probably is easier, though, for sight to be able to get to it.
And so I think that was so close to a natural 20. So close, but it's a 14.
That will still hit. These guys are not strong.
Okay, good. 11 points of piercing damage.
Down he goes. Doink, just hits him straight,
Wow.
and then hits the ground. And the other one sort of like, you know, it sort of stops for temporarily, although is still trying to drag you along. So
as Tanton is shifting to aim at the other one, a new arrow just appears. Oh, I've got one for you too.
Oh man, it's like the D&D cartoon energy bow, the greatest thing of all time.
Oh yeah. 21.
21 will hit.
And he's got a 50-50 chance of taking him out.
8 points of piercing.
8 is not enough. In certain TV shows it is, but not here. 8 is not enough.
He just does the Michael Caine. Do you know who I am? You know how many henchmen I've just put him down.
Yeah, he's not dead, but he is quite hurt. So I imagine too that Rowan is kind of looking up and then dink, and then your right hand is free, and then dink, and then your left hand is like jerks wildly, but is not free yet. But Tanton is on the case. Are you going to move anywhere, Tanton? Because you're clear at the moment where you could move without getting opportunity attacks. Or stay where you are. It's up to you.
How much distance is there between where I am and where Rowan is right now?
5, 10, 15, 20. About 50 feet, maybe 55.
No, I'm going to stay here.
Okay. That is going to lead us then to the bad guys. First one to act is going to be the Steel Defender, who is going to attack. Is going to continue to attack Alarian, although not at advantage this time because the other one can't grant advantage when incapacitated.
Incapacitated.
Yeah, which I think means that
Steel Defender.
that is a 15, which obviously is going to miss.
Not even close.
And then the big shield guy sort of like, shakes his head, but is still incapacitated, leading us to Merime, at which point his incapacitation clears.
Yes.
So.
Except you'll be glad to note that I have another psychic lance that I'm going to now hurl at his head.
Thought you were going to say, I have 6 of these lances. Okay. Okay.
So I figured out how to use it in Roll20, I think. So
Okay.
Same thing. And I'm gonna give him a look like you just stay down, buddy. Okay,
Did
so
not
you have to
dismiss you.
make-
Okay.
Oh, I kind of figured it out. Spell save DC 17. So you gotta do your intelligence saving throw, s'il vous plaît.
Nope.
Yes. Okay, so 7d6.
Is that the last one of these that you have?
I'm not telling you. No, I have one. It's my last level 4 slot. I have one level 5 slot left.
Okay, interesting. Okay.
So technically, yes, but no.
Yeah, yes, but no. 28.
28. Okay.
Doesn't that have a +9 on it?
He said no last
no,
time.
it doesn't have
Oh.
He's
+9.
very
Sorry.
negative
The
about it.
description. The description does not have
He said
that. as you
no,
can
and he
see.
was negative about it? Oh, no.
He was. I'm a bit hurt.
I think negative in the sense that I said no. Okay. All right. Good stuff. He returns to his kneeling, his stun lock position.
Stay down.
Yes. Okay.
Um,
And now what?
I am going to tell Alarian we're doing it. Keep at it. And 1d8 of inspiration, my friend.
All right, Kitty.
You got that?
Thank you. Yep.
Perfect. Awesome.
All right.
know what?
Assume.
And I'm going to high five Nisiana.
I was gonna say, are you staying where you are, Mermaid?
Yes, I'm going to stay in front of Nisiana.
All right. Then Alarian, you were up. What would you like to do?
Okay. My first
That
attack.
a lot.
I
I mean,
would like to disarm him.
Hmm.
ooh,
Okay.
can you do that?
It's gonna he can't take actions or reactions. Disarm requires, but I don't think he can do it because he's supposed to do an attack roll contested by the target's strength, athletics check, or dexterity check, but he can't make that check.
Well, but it doesn't specifically say must use his action or reaction to do XYZ.
That's
I
true.
would say that he probably can still make this check. These shields are practically
Alright.
a part of him.
That's what it's worried about. Okay.
Literally.
Yeah. Well, not
Well,
quite
I'm
literally, but
I'm gonna take one attack to try to do this. We'll see how it goes.
okay.
Hang on. First, I have to feed my cat. Give me a second. My wife brought cookies, and of course, my cat. This cat has the biggest sweet tooth of any cat I've ever seen.
What do you
It's like
feed her?
one gigantic sweet tooth.
Oh wait, you know what? Actually, you can't have that because it's a chocolate cookie. It doesn't work. Hang on. What I can do.
Yeah, don't poison your cat. That would be bad.
Right here. But cream cheese frosting works. All right, so attack at advantage is to arm.
Okay.
Problem is until I eat this. I want to back to Eberron, please. There we go. All right. Terrible.
Yeah,
All right,
that is a
never
miss.
mind.
Sorry,
I'm
sorry.
just gonna use. I'm just gonna go for damage on the
Level
next one.
4. Damn. I can't even believe in you.
Natural 20. There it is.
Natural.
Wow.
Oh,
okay.
yes.
That will,
So
that
now
will
he's
definitely hit.
blinded for
Oh.
10 for a minute, and maximum damage is 12.
Okay.
And now I've reduced his advantage to regular attacks, assuming he gets back up. All right, and then third attack.
Okay.
That's what I was waiting for, Trend. Can I get some belief, please?
I believe in you.
Thank you.
Yay!
This is just a regular attack, right? I don't get advantage.
It's
Or
a
do I?
regular attack.
You
All right, that's fine.
You
Or
just
right?
reroll 1, yeah.
Reroll 1, Arv.
right. That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Because that's what the incapacitated thing does.
Well, that's a 26 for 6 points.
Okay, so the 26 will hit. Yep.
Thank you, Isiana.
And 6 points.
You are being really-
Okay, wait. And the belief is the reroll?
Yes.
Okay.
And I rolled 1 die. I rolled a 1.
Yeah,
Got it.
and your inspiration is good for 10 minutes. The one that I gave you, the D8.
Okay.
Okay. Right. Okay. Good stuff. And Alarian, I assume you're staying where you are.
Yep. And he's now blinded, just a reminder.
Okay, yes. So the Brayless soldiers are going to get to attack, and what they're going to do is attempt to fire away at the last one that is holding Rowan. And that will hit, actually. So Rowan is being dragged along, and then pew pew from Tanton, and then a musket blast basically from the left hand side from the west. And this one falls, and Rowan, you'll be happy to know, free of people trying to drag you away. As we come up to the top of round 10, Tyresh's movements now barely visible in the rubble.
I'm gonna have to save him. You guys realize that, right?
This is going to lead us to Rowan. So Rowan, you are now
just dragged
actually
down
not being
next
dragged
round. Go
away,
for it.
and you are still prone, but you could now actually get up for if you wish.
Getting up is half my movement, right?
In my games, the way I do it is getting up from prone uses up your movement. But you could, from there, still have range on some creature. I mean, it's up to you, but yeah. But yes, it does use up your movement. Also does that for them, in case that helps.
Okay. Okay, cool. How what's 30 feet from here?
5, 10,
Would this
Fire.
be 30 feet?
that's 30 feet. Yep.
Cool, I'm gonna Misty Step.
Ah, nice.
Oh, that's
Zip.
clever.
Hey.
Well done.
Rowan appears.
So that's my action and my bonus action, so I guess I'm still here. I can't do much else at this point.
But you are ducked like right out of the way, so you can like.
Yeah, I'm
see the
leaning
action.
against this wall.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I give a thumbs up to Ilarion. And then I just like lean against this. I'm just like
Who is totally
lying
not seeing
flat
you right
against
now.
this wall.
Yeah.
No one can see me.
I think you meant thumbs up to Trend. I totally cannot see you right now.
Well, yes, fair.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so that leads us to Nisiana with Tanton on deck. Nisiana, what would you like to do?
I can see.
Exactly, Div. Surprise, I'm back. Rowan is hard to kill, shallow.
I can't. I can basically see what's left of Tyresh barely moving.
Barely.
Oh,
Go.
what did you just say?
Go.
Okay, that is what I'm gonna do. I am gonna take.
I hope I don't regret
I
that.
know it's gonna be. Oh wait, he's incapacitated.
He is. You can get
The
beside
issue is
him.
the dog, not him.
Oh well.
It's okay. Tanton's going to trip you if you try to run over there to help Tyrash, so it doesn't matter.
All right. Well, I guess you're gonna have to do it because I that is my thing. It's over the mind link. I have. Tyresh is about to die. I've got
You got like 30. You got like 30 hit points, right?
I've got like
Yeah.
Way more than that.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. Fine.
I'm
go.
doing well. It just means you guys are out of my aura.
I know. We got this.
So
All right, Drew is taking the second and last inspiration from today. So I will, for this month rather, so I will, for the channel points. So I will just do that. Give me 1 second, Drew.
wait, what's
Oh,
going
wow.
on? Oh,
He's just
wow.
got an
Okay.
inspiration for use later. He's not using it right this second, but he just
Okay.
has it.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
I
Yeah,
am
might
going to
need that.
run past the dog, or actually, can I move one? I can move through.
You can move through your own people if they allow it, although I guess technically Tanta could be like, no! You could theoretically do that.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. I can get to here if I take the long route.
5, 10.
So I guess it's
That's
like,
right. That's right. You could get there if you take the long route. That's right.
is Mia Tantan going to stop me?
Mhm.
He's not, apparently.
Okay. All right. So
Probably doesn't even know what you're doing at first. And then, then when you say it, like, oh.
basically, if I do this, I keep Alarian in my circle.
Okay.
And then
Oh,
that
sweet.
puts me right here. So Tyresh cannot currently die. Alarian can't currently die.
Okay.
And I am on my own. And my spiritual weapon attacks at advantage on what's-his-face. And I still have the inspiration if I need it. So
Okay, so you double moved and you're using the bonus action for the spiritual weapon.
no, the
so
spiritual weapon doesn't use a bonus action. Only casting it's the bonus action. Spiritual weapon is its own thing.
Hmm.
Let me make sure. It says casting time is bonus.
I asked this because I use a spiritual weapon in Celasta, which is 5e rules, and you're
Which
not.
is a video game.
I'm
so
aware.
Okay, let me
I'm aware. I'm just confirming.
see if I can put it into here so we can both look at it.
As a bonus action on your turn, you can move the weapon up to 20 feet and repeat the attack against a creature within 5 feet of it. So you do have to use your bonus action to activate it
To move it.
and repeat the attack.
Okay. Well, did I believe in somebody in this round?
You did. You believed in fact, it changed the die roll.
Then I
You-
can't attack the dude.
Wait.
Yeah.
This round, which one? Who did she believe in? She believed in me last time. That was last turn.
Oh, it was last round. Yeah. So then, that's true.
Round.
If you haven't believed in
Yeah.
anyone yet, so
Okay.
that would take that away. Just be aware you won't be able to believe in anyone now.
Okay, well,
But believe in yourself.
You believe in your
Most important.
spiritual weapon,
Your
so
belief
I
is
believe that my
shattered.
spiritual weapon is going to stab this guy at advantage.
that I totally think that's a good call. Okay, so just go ahead and make your
24
miss.
does not hit, so I'm going to use my inspiration.
The bardic inspiration?
Your bardic inspiration. Yeah,
And I rolled a 1. Oh,
that's a hit.
25?
25 is a hit.
oh 25 's a hit.
25.
25 is a hit. Oh man.
Okay, and he takes 5 points of damage.
Hey, that's
I
good.
rolled another
Every
1.
point.
Every point counts.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Chip,
every
chip, chip,
point
chip,
counts.
chip.
If I'm going to run out into danger to save Tyresh's ass, because
Ah,
that's what I'm doing. 6 rounds left.
Okay. That is okay. So good stuff, Nisiana. There. That's going to lead us to Tantin, who is up next.
yeah, he almost trips her while she's going by. Then she realizes she's like past him before he realizes where she's going. And he's like, I could shoot her.
But then your crossbow aims at Tyresh's hand. It's like-
No. Then Tantan realizes that because of her aura, he can't die. That doesn't mean he can't suffer. You can't sit there and continually burn over and over and over again. And Tantan's like, all right.
Yeah, he's going to suffer if he dies and then comes back.
That's true.
It's going to hurt while he lives.
Yeah.
True fact.
I mean, alignment shift. Anyway, so I'm I'm gonna. Do I shoot the dog or do I shoot the?
Oh, actually, the big guy is pretty bad.
Yeah, probably the big guy.
The big guy does the flanking with the dog.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if I shoot the dog, he doesn't get the flanking either. So it's. But let's go ahead and.
You put one into each.
That's true. That's true.
Just saying.
So let's try putting one in Mr. Big.
Okay.
And see what happens there. 18.
Miss.
Mhm.
Sadly.
So
Oh, of
I'll
course,
put one in
live.
the-
Yep.
I'll put one in the dog instead.
Okay.
Sure. Right. What's this? Hello.
That is
20.
okay. That will hit the dog if that's the one you're
Yes.
aiming at. Yes.
Yes, that is the one I was aiming at. 8 points, piercing.
All right. It takes that.
Harrowing.
And are you moving
Whole thing
anywhere,
is harrowing.
Tanton?
No.
All right. Then it is the turn of the Steel Defender. It is not going to go after you. It is going to continue to attack Alarian. And finally achieves its goal by critically hitting for the first time.
Wow.
It actually succeeds. It's just like bite, bite, bite. I've had enough. Bite. Okay. So.
Pretty much.
It's like
Okay.
that weasel from the Foghorn Leghorn cartoon.
Exactly.
Exactly. Okay. So you are going to take 12 points of force damage on this one, Alarian. 46. And then both you and I would say probably Tanton, who would have heard this before or something similar, and Merime hear this clanking sound coming from within the body of the defender. And
boy.
it seems slightly perhaps healthier than it was before. Some of the denser kind of,
wow.
buffed out and things like that within the defender. The big guy is still unable to move, although he's going to come out of it just as Merime's turn comes to fruition, and it is now Merime's turn.
All right. The big guy. Is there any way I can get into flanking position between him and Alarian?
Between, what do you mean between? Oh, like around so that.
Yeah, so that I can flank him with, so that I can get advantage.
I think the only way to do that would be to risk an attack of opportunity from the defender.
I still have 2 rounds on my jaunty thingy.
Oh,
that's,
okay, okay.
Kinetic
So then you wouldn't be
kinetic
affected by
Yeah,
that.
thank you.
So then 5, 10, 15. The only thing is, I don't think the thing is because he has recovered, he would be able to get an attack of opportunity. Well, no, that's true actually, because you enter his space and then move over. So then I'd say probably not. Especially because that spiritual weapon moves oddly, it can kind of move around and with the other characters. So yes, I think you could probably get into flank position there. Yes.
Okay, awesome.
You do not have a lot of room to maneuver, though. Be aware. Like if he decides to bash you against a wall, Merime, you're right there. So just be aware.
chance
But
I'm
there
gonna
is-
take.
There is a
Uh-huh.
window right behind you, so you both may go in through the window and.
Just
Mm.
jump out. It's. I figure I get to hit him, and then Alarian will get to hit him before he gets to move again. So hopefully we'll be able to take him out because we're gonna do so at
Fingers
advantage, both of us.
We shall see.
We'll see. This is gonna be fun. All right, coming in for a little hitty.
No.
28.
28 will hit.
9 points.
Okay.
Is he looking at all hurt?
He's looking hurt. Yes.
Good. I'm gonna hit him again. Oh wait, I'm gonna do my my flourish. I am running out of inspiration, but I still have a couple. So a defensive flourish.
Nice.
These
Nice.
flourishes. Okay.
Perfect.
Wow.
Okay, and then second attack.
That was an 8 for those who are listening.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Maximum.
Wow.
So natural. Natural
Natural
20.
20.
Yeah.
Oh, so he gets blinded too.
Well, he was
Yes, he
already
does.
blinded.
He's double
He's double blinded.
He's
He's so
can't
blinded
see
he
now.
returns to sight. He comes all the way
Damn it.
back around.
He has cataracts now.
Yes. Okay. And so maximum damage on that is 20. Is that what I'm seeing?
Yes, that would be maximum damage. Yeah.
All right. Okay, he's blinded of his ears. Yes, his ears have now been blinded somehow. Okay, good stuff, Merime, and that I think is your turn.
Yes, that is my turn. I will stay here.
Which leads us to Alarion. You're up. This guy is no longer incapacitated, but you do have a flank position on him. Although you are as well flanked by the dog on the other side.
Yeah, but I think the soldiers are going to take the dog out. I hope they're going to. And Trend is there too. So I'm going to attempt again. I'm just going to spend all my attack. Well, no. Attack 1 is disarm. Let's just go one at a time.
Okay.
Rather than calling them all out at once. Oh, it's a 27.
Nice.
That will hit.
Actually, I'm going to add the inspiration to that.
Okay.
Because I don't want him to make the save, so hold on. So he's going to have to beat there we go. He's going to have to beat a 33.
Wow.
This will beat a
27 plus 6.
No, right,
So
but like what
roll against mine.
is that? Oh, okay, because it's a. Okay.
Yep. And I want one of those shields gone. Like I'll cut his hand off, literally, like at the elbow or the shoulder. I don't care. Yes.
Just realized my attack against him should have been an advantage.
Oh,
that's true.
Because he was blind. Whatever.
Well, no. It's
No, I mean I need to go pee, so I'll.
he
deal
has
with it when I go-
disadvantage on his attacks. The blinded doesn't give you an advantage.
But he's flanked in general. So
But I think Trend is
Hang
not
on.
in that combat.
Hang on. The condition blinded attack rolls against the creature have advantage, and the creature's attack rolls
yeah,
have disadvantage.
That's
Mhm.
true. You should have been advantage. You were correct.
But it doesn't
Okay.
mention melee.
In this case, though, that he does not save against that.
And he drops one of his shields.
So one of the
Yay.
shields hits the ground. He looks at you with rage and hate.
Well, he can't really look at me because he's blinded. He can try. Although
That's
he
true.
probably knows where it came from. That's true.
well, if he's a warforged,
Oh, that's true. He
because
kind of
his
like-
face
yeah.
is static.
Yeah, that's true. He just sort of like, yes,
But
maybe
you can feel the
you
seething
feel the
hate.
rage and hate. That's true.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, that worked so well, but I think okay, so his armor is now slightly actually 2 points. Are these tower shields or regular shields?
These are tower shields.
Oh, he's now dropped by 3 points. I'm going to try to hit him with 2 regular attacks.
Okay.
Attack
nice.
number 1. Non-natural 20.
Miss.
All right, let's try attack number 2. Yep. 21.
Miss.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Still got the one. It was it was worth a shot.
It was good. It was good. Yep. I'll take it.
Okay. Now the brayless soldiers are going to go, and that is going to let's see if they can actually hit this defender.
You can do it. Come on.
No, they do not. Not the best round for the brayless soldiers on that one, but they have been doing some good work up to this one. This brings us up to round 11. Tyresh has stopped moving for whatever that means, Nisiana. Rowan, this is going to lead us to you. There is a steel defender left. There is also the big guy who is left and looks quite, has been just getting wailed on over the last couple of turns. And you can see Nisiana breaking down the street towards a pile of rubble with what looks like an arm out of it.
Okay.
And I guess you would have heard in that mind link too that actually I wonder if when you go unconscious if the mind link is broken, if it's just automatically reestablished when you come back to consciousness. I'm
I
not sure.
imagine it can't be. I mean, I was acting on the assumption that I'm sure you need to reestablish that link deliberately.
Yeah, I'm just curious. But anyway, regardless, this is what you can see in any case.
Mhm. So I come out from this corner and I shoot this guy.
You
Excuse me.
Shoot
why
this
I
guy.
Shoot this guy.
Okay. All right, let's
So
see
that's
that happen.
It's one shot.
When he
First, I
reconnects
need
people,
to-
her a player joined the channel. Right, exactly.
First I need to actually roll an attack. Did I do that just now? I did not. I don't think so.
The dog is very excited at the potential attack.
Very.
I guess I'm just rolling.
Oh wait, all of a sudden a bunch of them rolled. So we'll take that
Big.
first one. Is that a 22?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and it was on the big guy, I assume.
Yes.
22 is a miss, I'm sorry to say.
Oof.
Well, do I have a convenient bonus action in this moment? I do not.
I mean, you were going to bend luck before on the other. You could,
Mhm.
you know.
How many times can I bend luck? Is that once?
Because I think you had one left over is why I say that, because I think you said you were going to and then you weren't able
were.
to. So
Alright, yeah, I didn't.
Yeah.
Because you didn't actually do it, so I was just before, so.
So
Right, yeah, so I'm gonna spend my... Yeah, I'm gonna spend those 2 sorcery points for a d4.
But you're very close.
So
One
the
that
shield
gives me a
there.
4.
his other shield did not come off.
Only disarmed
I
one
couldn't. I
shield.
only got one. But that should
And
do it.
his-
It's now at 26.
His AC dropped by 3.
3. The other tower shields.
Right, so I'm adding 4 to my 22, which makes it a 26.
25 minus 3 is
22.
and what did
22.
you
He
roll?
had
What's higher than
he started with actually let me make sure about this now. Oh, well, no, because he can't never mind. Actually, you know what? You're right, because he can't use the I take that back. So that 22 would have hit. The
Right.
-3 under normal circumstances, not blinded, and normally, even without that shield, that wouldn't have hit, but because of those other factors, then he doesn't get to use this other thing he has. So that actually does
so
mean...
I didn't need to do any
So you
of
wouldn't
that.
need to do the bend lock.
22
So
hits.
never mind about that. So yes, that does hit. I apologize. Thank you for the
Okay,
questioning,
cool.
Trent, because I would have missed that.
So
that
then
means all 3
damage.
Well,
No, he
no,
only
there's not
fired-
3
he only
attacks.
fired
That was
one.
him
He only
trying
did
to
that.
hit once.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Okay,
He just kept
right.
missing.
Well,
That's
it's
where I
annoying
came
that-
back.
My 2 attacks missed by 2 points and 1 point. So-
Yeah.
So close.
Okay,
So I do
that is
7
going...
piercing damage.
That hits. He's not dead, but he's looking quite hurt now. Starting to look quite hurt. Okay.
Good.
Good stuff. Are you staying where you are, Rowan? Or are you...
I am.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stay right there.
Okay. That is then going to lead us down to Nisiana.
Nisiana is going to... He can't die while he's in her aura. She knows that. So, of the two, the Iron Defender and the big guy with the shield, which one looks worse hurt?
I would say the Steel Defender hasn't actually been hit yet, so I would say the Defender
big guy.
technically is less hurt.
Okay. As long as I keep Tyresh in my aura, he can't die. So, I'm sorry that he's having a bad time of it, but he's not dead yet. I am going to Sacred Flame. The big guy.
Sacred Flame, the big guy.
Because he is an abomination to all things that Eberron stands for.
Dex save.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's the DC 16? No, he's not gonna
DC
make that.
16, 4 points of damage if they... yeah, 4 points of damage.
Okay. Yeah, he looks... that hits him. He looks exceedingly hurt now. Like, very hurt.
Oh, and then my spiritual weapon comes in and stabs him twice. Or stabs him at advantage.
Stats of advantage, okay? Yep.
I forgot that I had him. Because there's the whole thing, other thing. Where's my spiritual weapon? Oh, there he is. At 23? 23 hits.
23 will hit. Yep.
And so that is 8 points of damage.
Okay. So the spiritual weapon kind of slashes along his back. He tries to like, wave away with his shield. But it sort of hits him in his back, and he sort of onto his knees, and then looks up, sort of sightlessly, of course, and says, "You have but prolonged your own death and the death of these people. When the Lord of Blades comes soon enough, we are already in your ranks." And then hits the ground, and the ground shakes as he hits it, and there is a ragged cheer that goes up. And as you look around, you can see some of Salvation's weary villagers and soldiers, citizen or otherwise, Brailish soldiers alike, sort of stumbling into view in the town. But we're not quite out of the woods yet, because we still have that steel defender to deal with, and also also this one. But this terrifying figure is no more. Okay. Nisiana, I think that was your turn, if I'm not mistaken.
That was my turn, and I still have 4 rounds left on my spiritual weapon.
That is going to lead to Tantin is going to be up next.
Is there more to that, John? Or are we just saying
Responding to.
Okay.
I was going to say, I was like, what? What'd I do?
What? Yeah, I know. I was like, wait a minute, what? Alrighty. So, pink at the dog. That was almost a natural one. 23 points.
Will hit.
For 7 points of piercing damage.
All right. He has been hit.
Pink at the dog.
Mm-hmm.
For 17 to hit.
17 will hit, actually.
Pink. I mean, no, sorry, not pink, but wow! I just 9 points of piercing damage.
All right, good stuff. Okay.
All over the place with my
You're
wording.
hilarious, Divinorium.
Yeah, and
That's funny, dude.
yeah, Tantin's just kind of holding here now.
Okay.
One more thing to take care of here, and supposedly.
Hopefully. Maybe.
Okay, so the first thing is the steel defender. Again, you hear this strange clanking sound coming from within it.
Mm-hmm.
And you
I
can see it
imagine-
getting a little better.
I imagine that Tantin is very familiar with that sound.
Yes. Yeah, this sounds identical to the repair ability, although identical is not the right term. This seems like it's been modified slightly, and obviously it's doing it without being commanded, but it's it seems like it's the same likely idea. And so he does that. Then, oh boy, he has to decide what is he going to do.
Oh, don't
Well,
stay on me. Stay on me.
Does-
Stay on me.
Probably going to stay on you, but
Well. Mm-mm.
question is whether he's going to stay on you, whether he's going to attack the one that hit him.
So he doesn't operate exactly like Spanner does.
No.
Because if he did, then as soon as his master dies, he just would fall apart.
That's right. Yeah, but no. And,
And
he may, and also this may not be that may not have been the controlling figure, right?
yeah.
Like someone else could have been like, you go.
Right, but without somebody here to specifically order him to do something, he would just defend himself.
That's right.
Which, if none of us attacked him, he wouldn't be able to do anything. He'd just stand there. But
Right.
anyway,
Yeah, that's right. No, he seems to be operating at least independently enough to do these other things. I think he's probably going to attack Alarion again. I don't think he's going to think it through quite that much. But I don't believe that a 13 is going to do it. In fact, I'm pretty confident it won't. So that leads us to
I'm very
Merriman.
confident.
Okay, so there's no immediate there's the Iron Defender, but I'm not too worried about him.
Mm-hmm.
I can see Nisiana starting to head towards Lord Bucket.
Right.
Do I hear anything coming down either of the ways? Is there impending doom?
No, there's a lot of sort of general, combat sounds, although they seem to have died down a lot. You don't know whether that's good or bad, but
Okay. I am going to I am going to help Alarion. No, part of me wants to help Alarion with the Iron Defender, but I also know that it's an Iron Defender. They've got it. I'm gonna stick closer to my sister. I'm going to go near her, and can I hold an action?
Well, I will say that also there's a bunch of debris on top of the general. So,
I guess I can.
which is maybe causing problems for his life path. So,
All right, I'll start
It's
pulling because I
continued
know
aliveness.
Nisiana wants to like save him, so I'll pull some stuff off of him.
I would like an athletics check from you, please, or strength. I'll take athletics.
Little bitty
if you have it.
pebbles. Just take them off one at a time.
Can I use shatter?
Gotta look at me.
Yeah.
Don't use shatter on the human.
Not on the human.
Okay,
On the debris that's holding him down. It's just
Now-
the smaller pieces.
Can I try to persuade the rocks to move off of him instead?
Can you flourish the rocks?
You
Listen.
can try.
Yeah, I'm gonna use athletics, but I'm a bard and a Kalashtar, so I can. Yeah. Anyways, I did an advantage, but 14.
14 is not enough. You start moving some. There's a lot of rubble here. You can sort of hear this kind of labored breathing, barely breathing underneath coming from Tyresh.
He sounds fine.
He's okay.
He's
Be
okay.
happy that the man is suffering.
I am trying to get him out because I know that you care.
Oh my God.
Only
So
for
I
that
guess I
reason.
better to.
Larian, it is your turn. You do have the defender
All right.
behind you.
This is one time when I wish Larian could grin wolfishly as they turn around and savagely beat the crap out of. Although I don't have.
Get a Sharpie.
Oh wait, do I have flanking? Do I have flanking because of the soldier behind him?
No, I wouldn't say so. The soldier actually has moved back out of the way. Like they move forward and then move back up.
Although I should be able
so-
to take it without. So 3 attacks at normal. Attack number 1. That's a natural 20.
Wow, that's a good start.
That's blinded and 12 points.
Okay,
Hey,
blinded.
hey,
and
guess what?
12
I have
points.
advantage now.
That's 16 points.
No, it's wrong. It's
Oh.
8 plus 4.
Okay, so
I
12
don't know why
points.
it's-
All
I don't know
right.
why it's saying that. Yeah. So attack 2 at advantage. 25.
25
for
will
6.
hit. Okay, it looks very hurt now.
And number 3. That is a 23 for 6.
23 for 6, and that third one, you smash it into the ground, and with a whimper,
Yeah, pretty much.
the light in its blinded eyes suddenly dies.
Out.
All right, I'm not taking this
Wait,
out of
I-
initiative.
wait.
You go ahead.
Oh, what? I said I don't breathe, so I can't exhale a weary sigh.
Yes. I'm not taking it of initiative yet because we still have a situation with a certain person in rubble that you have to decide about.
That was all my action, so I can't move.
All right, the Brayless soldiers now come streaming out of the alley and forward, and you hear sort of shouts coming from some distance, but we shall see.
Can I? Let me look up something. Hold on a second. Or I may have misspoke. No, sorry. 1 second.
Okay.
Time's up.
I know I
And
get the
so-
extra attack. But hold on. I think I may have misspoken. I just need to. And I want to do this before it gets too far. Blah blah blah. Okay. Double spell ends. Double. +2. Advantage on dex saving throws. Oh no! Action is attack. Never mind. I blew it. Yeah, I used it all to beat that thing into the ground.
Okay. This is going to bring us up to the top of the round. Tyresh has stopped moving. Rowan, it is your turn. There are no enemies that you see on the field.
When you say stopped moving,
Hand is just...
He's within my aura though.
okay.
Hasn't quite done the Terminator into the lava thing, but
Oh wait,
No.
double. What am I worried about?
I want to ask a stupid series of logic questions.
I love it. Go.
All right.
Mhm.
If I cast Maximilian's Earthen Grasp again to grab Tyresh out of the rubble, obviously you will take damage.
Mm-hmm.
But will at least some of the soil required to create that 5 foot square hand come from the rubble?
I wouldn't say from the rubble, but if you grab him, right, because you can't grab him and pull him, you're saying it would be restraining him, right?
At any point I can I mean, it will be an action on my next turn, but I could just release him.
Right. No, I understand that, but I'm saying you can't draw him to you using this.
It's
No,
not
yeah,
Macmillian's
yeah,
rubble
it's-
hand.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that it would.
It's not.
I wouldn't say it would use up
not
rubble.
Big V's hand.
Okay,
He'll
that's
still
what I
have to
thought.
suffer the damage.
That's what I thought. Yeah. No, I wouldn't say
Which
that it
is,
would.
I mean, better than the alternative. Okay, cool. I'm gonna Earthen Grasp to grab him out of the rubble, but he will have to take the 2d6.
Okay. Well, as I was saying, I don't think it will come from the rubble. Just so you know, like the answer to your question was, I don't
No,
think.
yeah.
Okay.
But
right.
can I at least still grab him out of the rubble with that grasp, though?
Well, I think there's a chance you will. He'll take the bludgeoning damage, and we'll see what the effect of that will be. But okay, so yes, go ahead and roll the damage for it then. If you're alive.
Are we just we're just
If you don't
assuming
bring
he's
him to me,
willing?
I'm gonna be so pissed at you, Rowan.
Yeah, he's incapable of being willing or not. He's just going to deal.
Yeah.
The situation.
Throw him through the gray,
No.
through the wormhole, and
Fine.
he gets all twisted up when he comes out.
Okay. So your the earthen hand forms, and his body is sort of pulled and like just held limply by this huge hand. A couple of the soldiers heading in that direction kind of like, stop, like they're taken aback a bit by this. Nisiana, I will let you decide what you want to do. He looks in awful shape, aura of life or not.
I will sprint to him and I will use Cure Wounds on him.
Okay.
I mean, if I need to use Spare the Dying first, I'll do that. But
Okay. When you do that, the Cure Wounds, there is this sort of long pause, and then he kind of is sort of sitting there and then kind of coughs and, sort of like kind of moves around a bit, and then he looks up and his eyes flicker open and he says, Elijah be praised. And he coughs and he brushes dust from his torn uniform. You saved me. Well done. I dare not think what would have happened if you hadn't. And he cuts himself short as this detail of medics approaches. You can see with a bunch of like tinctures and bandages. And seeing them, the general's demeanor and tone change. And he says, Yes, well done. You'll have time to thank me for my own leadership prowess soon enough. But for now, you're dismissed. We've preparations to make if we're to take the fight to the Lord of Blades. And you are all sort of presumed to prepared to crossbow. But circumstances kind of overwhelm at this point, Tantin,
Brenda,
as
step in front of your aim.
a huge shout goes up from the town, cheering and sort of shouts, and you hear that horn receding into the distance, and you hear the brayless soldiers, "They're on the run! We got him on the run!" And you hear salvation. You hear people coughing out of the smoke. You also notice there is a lot of smoke, and Rowan, I imagine as you're watching this, at a certain point you're like, you kind of turn around, you're like, oh, half the town is on fire. But there have been obviously many that are lost, but salvation, at least temporarily, one might say, has been saved. And I think that moment is going to be a good moment for us to take a little bit of a break. We're going to go until 11, but we have just finished a pretty hairy combat. So when we get back from this, it's 10:18, so let us come back at 10:25, about 7 minutes. When we come back from this, we will talk about the aftermath of all of this and what's going to happen now that they have repelled, at least, but for how long, the invasion of salvation. If you've liked what you've seen so far, chat, please make sure to follow the channel, to subscribe and support the Patreon, and please make sure to check out all of these amazing individuals and all of the stuff they do, as Tren, Marie, John, Jen, and Brandon will be right back with you folks in about 7 minutes. Until then, hold tight.
hey, Greg.
Okay. I'm going to assume that what I see are thumbs up coming from the crew. I think I do. And I am going to unmute them and bring us back. Welcome back, everybody. Actually, let's go back to the cams only. Welcome back, everybody, to day 42 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond. This is Eberron Oracle of War, Lord Bucket Part 6. And in fact, the party
spills.
the bucket has been spilled but is not kicked, or, so to speak. Speaking of which, I would like you all to add a legacy event. And the legacy event for this is... Give me 1 second so I can get the terminology for it.
Kicking of the Lord of Blade's army, right?
No.
Yeah.
Legacy event is not this time death. So that is the legacy event for having saved General Tyresh's life. Who knows what the implications will be, but in any case... there we go. So, the sort of the minutes and then sort of hours afterwards are about, in some ways, doing some mop-up duty. Salvation has been hit hard, as you might have expected. When you first saved Salvation from the attack of the people who were looking for the Oracle of War, those creatures were, although they were also attacking the town, were mostly attacking the town, trying to find something and remove it. Whereas very clearly what has been done here is an attempt to also send a message. Many of the buildings now in Salvation have been either broken into and in several cases have been razed to the ground. And there are several cases where you see what might have been like some kind of weird unexploded ordnance that's just sort of lying on top of the rubble, maybe with other ordnance that had successfully exploded. There was a lot of fire and definitely a number of people that are lost in the fighting. All told, it looks like several, at least maybe about 110 or 115 Warforged have been destroyed from the Lord of Blades, which is quite a blow to strike against him. But it does come at a cost. At least that many Brayless soldiers fell, and sadly, a decent number of people from Salvation as well, most notably Alarian Whist, who did not survive. There is this General Paul, both sort of, hey, Prince Justin, there's both a kind of general, sense of triumph against something which seemed like it was going to be very difficult to survive. You are all, as you might expect, you were already the heroes of Salvation. Now you're like that on steroids. So there is incredible amounts of, you probably will never have to pay for a drink in this town again type of thing, right? Like, there's a lot of that. But you all, now having been in Salvation for a long time, know also that there is a great deal of just a weariness that seems to have settled on the town, as if this is just the sort of thing that's going to happen. And of course, the Lord of Blades himself did not come into this attack. And so he remains outside, dealing, somewhere, with all the situation that you have. What's worse, or what may be worse, comes to you as you are found maybe 2 or 3 hours in, and I am going to ask you what you're doing in a moment during that time, but by Hilar Brissal, who has his arm in a sling, and has obviously seen better days, but he did manage to survive. He also has a bandage around his head. You might remember that he was knocked out at one point during this fight. And he comes up to you, while you were all sitting outside, the building, by the way, which exploded, that brought the stuff down, was in fact the inn in which you have spent many a happy time. And so it's not completely destroyed, but much of the first floor has been sort of brought down. And as Hilar kind of comes up, we see the classic example of smoldering ruins, and fire in the background, and sort of soldiers and people crying out in pain and all that kind of stuff. And he comes up and sits down heavily, and he says, once again, you all proved why you're the King's Citadel. And this is just, by the way, only you are here to hear this, in case you're curious. And
Just
he
about
says,
that.
Yeah, no, he isn't like, hey, guess what? No, just with the group. And he
King
says,
Citadel over here. It's King Citadel.
and he says, you've done very well, as I would have expected. But we have a problem.
Where's Sky Blue?
That's the problem. She's been taken. We can't find her. We've looked all the way up and down. I sent at least 4 soldiers each direction. North, south, east, west, and nothing. You remember that she was going to go up and try to find out something about the Colossus up to the north, and he just shakes his head. Thank you so much for the tier 2 sub, by the way, Nonstop. Thank you. I love all those emotes. I hope you like the full array of your fully operational battle station tier 2 sub. Thank you, Nonstop, so much. I appreciate it. 73 months, my goodness. 6 years and a month. That is a long time. Thanks, Nonstop. Also, hi,
With our
yes.
nonsense, exactly.
So, but he... Oh, hold on a second. My daughter was like, Dad, I just want to say goodnight. He just sort of sits, and you can, Hilar is just kind of, I found the door of my place someone had been trying to break through it, and they weren't able to get in, and he kind of looks around to make sure that he says, the Oracle's still there, but not Sky Blue. I don't know what that means for any of us, but if she's been taken, you all told me what the Lord of Blades has been doing with his prisoners. And he kind of shakes his head, and he says, starting to feel like we're not able to stay ahead of this thing. None of you have really, including Merime, who's known him probably the longest, have ever heard him this down. Yeah, Rowan.
Rowan literally raises his hand in this group.
And Hilar kind of looks up wearily.
Everything I know about these Warforged, I know from seeing things smolder. So I'm gonna guess what they would do to any ordinary prisoner, given what we've seen, but I presume you're concerned about Sky Blue because of something about Sky Blue. Maybe I should ask those questions now. Any reason why the Lord of Blades would be looking for Sky in particular?
And Hilar kind of nods once or twice and then looks at the rest of you, and he says, you all heard the prophecy before Rowan came on board.
Prophecy! Y'all really believe in this oracle thing?
More than a prophecy.
We've seen it.
And it may be also that her father is working with the Lord of Blades, willing or unwillingly. And if it's unwilling, and that he now has her daughter, that
makes a lot more unwilling willing.
And I've had dreams that show Blue vanishing, and behind it is only left destruction, fetidness. It's not good. Whatever is about to happen next, this was the next step.
Nisiana puts out a hand onto Hilar's forearm and says, if he's taken her, if they've taken Sky Blue, you haven't seen her in action like we have. She may be exactly what we need within the nest of the enemy. She may be the one to bring all of the people around. Do not give up hope. Prophecy is there for a reason. And Eberron guides. I have faith in him, and I'm not dead yet. It came close a couple of times, but I'm not dead yet. So don't give up hope in her or us or our mission.
And
we can't do this.
He kind of nods very slowly and he says, "Don't get me wrong. I've never given up hope in you. Any of you. The issue's about hope in myself. I used to think that I had a way to keep ahead of things, that I could see where all the pieces were moving and stay away from getting blocked in. But we got too many forces that are working against us here. The
Don't you
Lord of
understand?
Blades, the
You're our
countries around
touchstone?
us, the people involved.
No, you are our touchstone. I turned to Mermaid. Tell him.
Hilar, she's right. Nisiana is right. I have seen you get out of bad situations and inspire others to get out of it too. Yes, the odds are stacked against us in a way maybe they haven't been in a while, but not since the war. We survived that, and we'll survive this too if we work together.
He nods slowly and he says, maybe you're right.
I walk slowly up to Halar, and I flick him in the forehead with my metal arm, with one of my metal fingers.
He kind of looks up at you. If this is an attempt to make me not feel sorry for myself, that ain't the way to do it.
I mean, you should know better, but if the people who actually care about you aren't getting through to you, then take it from somebody who barely knows you. We're still here, and that's a testament to us. We're gonna get back Sky Blue because you're still here.
And he kind of moves his, head back and forth, and I heard about. He looks at Ilarion. He sort of semi-nods at you, Rowan, as if he's got more to say in a second, and then he looks at Larry and he says, "You heard about Whist?"
I nod slowly and then float over to him, so I'm standing next to him but looking down on him, so I know he sat down. We will all make choices that demand sacrifice. But we have done something that, I will be honest, I wasn't sure we could accomplish today. And that does make us the victors. And even if you doubt yourself, you cannot let that be shown to the people around you. For you are the symbol of the people in town. And therefore you need to stand tall and take pride in this victory. And I reach down a hand for him to take so I can pull him to his feet.
He kind of looks up at you, and then he slowly, puts up a hand.
I'm gonna just bring him up, get him upright. Make sure he's steady. Make sure he's standing.
On your feet, Sam.
That's pretty much.
And then he says,
You have to, but we, right, kind of encompass us. And I say, what we have to face now, it is important that someone remain behind to rally the people of salvation, since we will not be here to do that.
Mm-hmm.
That someone is you.
And to keep the Oracle safe.
He says, "Well, I think you're right, except I have a suspicion they're going to go in a different way." He says, "I heard a little while ago about some messages that have been sent. They arrived even before this, and now with the situation that we face, after what we just went through, I think it's more likely to be that." He kind of pauses slowly, and then he gets mad at his mouse, which never works right. And then he says, "You've been asked to speak to Captain Elaine. Ironic. He's waiting for you on board the Argonth. I'm going to go with you. I have a suspicion I know what he's going to ask, and it probably is going to fit with what we know, but, well, I guess I'll speak to you about it afterwards. But my guess is that I'm not going to be staying here. You'll see when we actually get out there. And then he kind of looks at all of you and he says, all right. I suppose there isn't a reason to go running into the grave myself before it happens. And he looks at you, Rowan, and he says, he sort of pauses and he says, thank you. But don't flick me in the forehead again. And then he gives you a slight grin, which is as much as he ever grins, basically. And he turns around and he says, I'll meet you over at the Argonth in a few minutes.
Will he be there?
Yeah. Oh.
You mean me, or are you asking him, or if Hilar will be?
Asking, yeah, no. Tanton is asking, will he be there?
Yes, I'll be there with you.
Not he.
No, he
No,
wants
not
to
you.
know about Tyresh.
Oh, well, will
Tyresh
Teresh be there? He says, I don't know. Probably not, actually. I think he's getting tended to medically. It's just the captain will be there, I think.
You should know, Hilar, the last thing I said to him after I actually did manage to heal him, but it involved removing of curse. Lesser restoration, remove of curse, greater restoration. I told him he needed to make sure he and his stuff were not cursed.
And he nods and he kind of like, he says, well, that explains it. I saw him walking through with those medics around him, but it had this weird expression like he was thinking, which isn't something I usually see on his face, if you know what I mean.
He had a moment of humanity with me after I saved his life the second time. And then it disappeared when he saw his healers. I'm not going to say he's a good man, but I am saying he has been dealing with some very trying circumstances which may affect all of Braylon, which is why I am telling you.
That's fair enough.
And if someone is cursing him, they are trying to affect all of Braylon, and they are succeeding.
And he sort of gives a small chuckle and he says, well, they ain't the only ones. I'll keep it in mind, Nisiana, thank you. I'll see if I can maybe talk to Big Bar about it too. She's around him quite a bit, or whether she wants to be or not, I suppose. All right. You best get on there in a few minutes. I'll see you up there.
Can I have used my last healing spell, prayer of healing, to heal all 6 of us?
Yeah, sure. What is that
Let
going
me
to bring
do
you
the
up to?
last- That will bring everybody up to level 2. Another 15 hit points.
I am maxed out.
All right, so
Nice.
Rowan should be at 42 now, I think. Is that right, Rowan?
15, you said?
Another 15 hit points, yes.
Yeah, that's 42.
Okay. And then Nisiana is maxed out, right?
Yep.
And Tantin is at 53? Oh, no, 54, sorry.
Ask me. I don't know.
You are at 54. As Mermaid said, maxed out. Alarian is at 61, rather.
61, correct?
And
Okay.
then whatever it did for Hilar.
Yes. No, I got that listed. Okay. So, he nods again. I would like everybody, please, to mark the legacy event Skyfall down, please.
Bond. James Bond.
This is one of my favorite Bond themes.
It's a Skyfall. Yeah, that's a very good film too. That's a good for Bond. That's a good Bond film.
Yeah.
The line, my favorite. I think we talked about this. I won't go through it again. But my favorite scene in that is the whole sequence. I've seen it broken down by an actor on a video where they show M looking out at the Scottish, when he's heading towards his home in Scotland, and he's just looking out at the moors, and all that. And she asks him, when did your parents die? And he says, you know that, you know the whole story. And he delivers it in this very weird, sort of halting sort of way, which, as the actor points out, is really this childlike way, because she really is this mother figure for him. It's great stuff. Anyone of here who has read Greyshade will know that I happen to like these kinds of, lonely assassin stories. Anyway, you have opinions about Skyfall, Prince Justin? I really like it. I really like that film for what it does. Okay. Anyway, so we have marked the Skyfall Legacy event. So, assuming now you've been asked to come in about like 10, 15 minutes. So I don't have time to have you. You'll have time after this, presumably, but you're not going to have a lot of time to be like, I want to go check on this and do this. So if there's a thing you can do within a couple of minutes, that's fine. But otherwise, then you've been brought to something. So if you want to do that, please tell me. What would you like to do, Tanton? Because I see you nodding your head.
Because as soon as Hilar said, I don't know, he might be, Tanton decided, I'm not going. So Tanton is going to go and harvest all of the armor from the dual shield guy.
Okay.
And he's going to go back, once he's done with that, go back and start fixing the conductor stone, because the first time a train tries to cross that thing,
gonna be a problem,
will
yeah.
explode. Yeah. And
Yes.
if anybody messes with it, it's going to kill them.
Okay,
So,
that makes sense. Okay, that sounds like a plan. Merime, Rowan, Nisiana, Larian, what about the four of you?
I'm going to note that I have no healing spells left. That I am down to cantrips.
Okay.
So that's where we are.
Very idly, I'm just gonna make a pile out of the nearest already close pile of destroyed Warforged near any one of the entrances to Salvation, and just put up a large sign with a piece of cloth and some sticks that says, this is what happens when you mess with Salvation.
Nice. The Warforged head and the spike type of thing. I love it. Good stuff.
And then have Rowan kind of.
Oh, right. Duh.
I am here. The part
Mary May just reminded me of something that I can do after I sleep.
which is okay, because it's mind link, so it's okay.
And Merime and Larian, what about the two of you? But in this, like I say, short period of time. You'll have more time after this convo, but
What do we at, like 10 minutes, basically?
yeah, pretty much.
I'm going to speed off to the church.
Okay.
I'll just tell them I'll meet them at the Argonth and see how bad it is in there.
It's in pretty rough shape. The front entrance, basically the one that leads to the road, is basically completely caved in. In fact, the front half of the church is more or less just rubble.
Oh, crap.
The back of it looks like it's in better shape. It might have been hit by something. That's possible that may have been part of it. So
I'm not going to find a cannonball in here, am I?
No, you don't. Well, I don't know. I mean, you could try looking. It doesn't look like it, obviously.
Does it look like anyone's trapped under the rubble, or is there?
There are people who are clearing out the rubble. Although you do not see anyone who seems to be trapped in it so far. Presumably, they knew that this is where attacks were coming from, and they backed up to the back. You had to guess, like some of the pews in the back side of the church that is farthest away from the door, somewhat ironically, in the direction of where Merime has previously done her work that we have discussed about, northern walls and shatterings. Anyway, those seem to be more or less intact.
Find where the mother is working?
You don't see her.
Find an acolyte and ask where the mother is.
The acolyte says that she had gone out to find the wounded during the latter stages of the combat and has not returned.
Now we have to go find her.
Shit. All right, I will take my hand off his shoulder and go. Where is the most? Where's the heaviest damage in the town?
kind of take your pick. There's a lot of it. The train station is the train platform is destroyed.
Yeah. Oh, we know that. We did that. I'm aware of that.
You're all aware of that.
But where a cluster
The
of
inn
people
is
would be,
largely
basically.
destroyed. The jail has been hit badly. The church I've already made reference to. The market is kind of up and down. There are definitely a lot of smashed, things here and there, but it's not like the building is more or less intact. You would guess
I'll
about
head to the
25% of the buildings in town maybe are not habitable right now.
I guess I'll head past the market real quick, kind of the populated areas. Just kind of, I'm going as quickly as I can, so I'm dashing basically.
Yeah, I was gonna say because you got
look-
about 5 minutes by
Right,
that
and
point.
I just kind of go up the main street looking for. But I'm going to concentrate on the southern half, I guess. And I'm skimming blindly. I'm not going to lie.
Mhm.
So yeah.
Yeah. Are you looking for anyone? Are you looking for Mother Johanna
her.
or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because like you said, destruction's everywhere. So I'm like, well.
Yeah. You don't see anything on this sort of quick, kind of skim.
Yeah. All right. I'll have to continue the search when I come back. So I'll head over to the Argon.
Okay. When you arrive with everybody else, more or less.
I want to do a little something.
Oh, I'm sorry,
quick.
Mermaid. Go ahead.
No,
Beg your
that's
pardon.
okay. Can I walk just to the edge of town to see if the rainbow is still there?
The rainbow is not there now.
No,
It is not.
in my vision, when the blue vanished, the water became brackish and shallow,
Mhm.
and then sickly green, and then the rainbow receded from my touch. So I'm thinking about that, and I'm gonna head over
Yep.
as I'm pondering these things.
Yep.
Nisiana just mostly wants a nap, so she's just kind of going along, following Mary May around.
Going along to get along. Yeah, I gotcha.
I'll make sure she makes it.
She's tired.
That's fair.
When you all head back up into the war room of Argonth, Argonth has been, and you can sort of see as you go, as you're walking through. You also get signs of this same destruction that I mentioned. There is a child that you see sort of clutching a scruffy cloth doll with this sort of, wide-eyed expression. You see a different person, kneeling before this pile of rubble and just sort of staring at it. You can see a group of townsfolk kind of pulling off rubble from their homes. There is destruction everywhere, although as they see you, there are also a number of people who, give you pats on the back or smiles or, say, thank you. A couple of people try to come over and hand you some bandages and things like this because they can see that you're all hurt. Some of you were hurt as well, although obviously these are just gestures. Although you will say that despite the kind of the general tenor of the pall on the town, the sense of weariness, there is also a kind of resilience, right? A sense that these people have not entirely given up. And your appearance, actually, in fact, Tanton, you even notice this on your own. When you go off to the station, you can also see there's a couple of Brailish soldiers who look like might be engineers, kind of looking at the stone. And when you go over to start doing stuff, same kind of thing. You even get some people that just sort of looking at you as you pass by, like one of them kind of pokes each other and whispers like, hey, do you know who that is, type of thing. So there is, in a sense, some kind of inspiration that you must be providing to these people as you go by. When you, Argonth itself, by the way, also has taken some serious blows. You can see that there are massive, dents in its side. One of its cannons is actually sort of hanging alarmingly down, not hanging by a thread, but is basically pointing in a way that it should not be pointing, clearly having been hit during the attack. So all of that is happening, but there's also a great deal of activity around the fortress. And again, this is about 3 hours or so after the original attack ended. So the little cutscene that we did there was about 15-20 minutes before you're getting here now. That was about 2 hours and 45 minutes or so after this stuff had happened. And as you make your way up the huge ramp into the floating fortress, it's clear that there is something afoot. There are giant cranes that you see that are beginning to haul these crates aboard. And you can see a couple of what look like messengers kind of rushing to and fro, bearing important-looking scrolls and so on. And when you get up to the top, as they see you, of course, all the soldiers immediately salute, and, respectfully, and wait for you to pass by. And when you are ushered into the war room, excuse me, you find Captain Aronic himself, who is standing with his hands clasped behind his back, and he's gazing out the large window at the wall of the thick gray mist marking the borders of the Mournland as he looks into the gray. And when you enter, he smiles, although he looks like he hasn't slept in a few days, because he hasn't, and kind of waves you over, and he says, welcome, and thank you. And the brass-topped table in the center of the chamber, which you've seen before, you can see Big Bara, who is, who Big Bara is currently annotating what looks like this large topographic map that he's put together. And he says, thank you for coming so quickly. I have important news for you. I've been talking to Hilar here a little bit, and he gestures, and you can see Hilar kind of nods to all of you, still looking tired, obviously, but looking more Hilar-like he's pulled himself together, maybe, might be the best way to put it. And Hilar says, the captain's gotten new instructions, and he's asked whether we can help. I informed him it might be possible, but I'd have to speak to you all first. He says, and Elaine nods, and he says, first of all, you should know that the general is extremely grateful. And although he isn't publicly announcing this, he takes out 5 bags, and he says, oh, but I see that Mia Tanton is not here?
He wanted to fix the train, the strange stone station thing. Whatever. He doesn't want the train to blow up when it arrives.
He nods and he says, that sounds like the way you've always described him. Well, if you wouldn't mind giving him this too when you see him next. And he hands out each of these bags, which apparently has come directly on the orders of General Tyresh, carries 1,000 gold pieces each.
Holy crap.
I hold Tantons and I say, I'll see to it that Mia Tanton receives his.
And then I pick it up from his hand and take it into mine. I will see that Mia Tanton receives his reward.
Rowan and Tanton are friends.
I just kind of look at you.
Yeah, I know. That's funny.
Completely expressionlessly, but still look at him.
So he hands them out that way, and then he says, so the message came in this morning. It was reliant upon what was to happen today, although I think they might have made the same decision. First of all, let me give you the information as we know it. We know that several people from Salvation have been captured, and I understand that some of them are of some significance. We also know, though, that we have had a few of our own that were able to be captured, at least temporarily. He kind of nods over to Big Bara, and Bara says, that is correct. I was able to interrogate 2 of the Warforged attackers. They didn't last long, which wasn't what I was trying to do, but they obviously had orders to kill themselves, to destroy themselves as soon as possible, but not before I gathered a little bit of information. You were the ones who told us about the existence of Razor Crag. Well, now, we think, generally, we know where it is. And Bara points to one section of the map which looks to be in a range of hills. If you had to guess, maybe 75 miles northeast of Salvation. Conveniently in the gray. I'm sure you'll all be happy to hear about that. But it is, at least you actually have a location for it now. Big Bara says, this, unlike the conclave that you destroyed, is not a moving fortress. It is a hardened fortress, and some people say carved directly out of the mountain itself. And from what we can tell, it is the place where the Lord of Blades has taken his troops and his captives. We should try, obviously, to rescue those captives as best we can. But also, there have been suggestions that more needs to be done. And Captain Aranek nods and says, it's more than a suggestion, actually. Our orders come directly from the King of Brayland himself. The Lord of Blades has posed too great a threat, and there is a suspicion that both Thrain and the Lord of Blades may be working together in some capacity. The feeling is that if we wait, we simply invite another attack, and so we must take the fight to him. The Braylish army will go after the Lord of Blades. They will attack the Enclave in a ground assault while Argonth provides artillery support. We're not going to have enough time to repair Argonth to where it needs to be, but even in its weakened state, given the blow that we've struck against the Lord of Blades, the feeling is that we will be able to do some damage and will be able to, hopefully, end the threat before he can invade more of Brayland itself. But none of you are expected to be on that vanguard. What we would like to use you for, and what I've asked Hilar whether this would be permitted or not, is to use you as scouts. The idea is to travel aboard Argonth for the first 60 miles, and then proceed on foot, moving ahead of the fortress as it advances. Once your scouting mission is complete, you will all return back to Argonth to be briefed on your role in the upcoming assault. Although, and then he looks at Hilar and he says, you can say the next part if you wish. And Hilar says, I've made it clear that I'm not going to involve any of my people as sacrificial lambs. But because this comes direct from the King of Brayland, we are expected to be able to serve his wishes, but serve his wishes as we feel they must be best carried out. I do think you're best suited to be scouts, but more than that, I think you might be best suited to be rescuers. We were talking about that already. If you can get there first, you can report on the nature of the fortress, but even better, if you can rescue some of the people that are there, well then, you may have something that would give us an advantage in the battle to come. And he looks at Elaine. I want to make sure I'm very clear about this. Not in a, you're a piece of crap. Like, he's not looking at him like, his problem is clearly not with Ironic, but he looks at Ironic and he's like, we hope that you would be doing the most important thing, and that's saving lives. Also, and this part so Pilar says that. And then Hilar also says, I've also asked to be able to speak to y'all about something which may be useful for us. But that is something which is going to be exclusively and only among those of us here, and, of course, Tanton. And the captain has agreed to allow us to make whatever decision we wish about what will help us best. I won't do this without your agreement, but I had a feeling you would probably be willing to agree under those conditions. And Captain Ironic kind of nods and says, that's about the size of it. The assault is to begin within a day. 24 hours to try to get this as repaired as we can, and then set off. We want to hit them before they've had a chance to recover from what has just been done to them.
Can someone point me in the direction of that city? And he's gonna just like She looks exhausted, but she's like, can somebody point me in the direction of the city?
So, let us. That's a good moment to.
There's a reason I am asking this that is in character and is going to be a plot point in the future. It's not just
Okay.
I'm being weird.
For grins?
Okay, let's let's shift us all over. Everyone chat as well.
Because she literally needs to be pointed in the direction of the city. So
Okay.
that, or have a touchstone on the horizon that she knows that's where to look.
So if this is correctly stated, then the assumption is somewhere around here.
Okay. So basically to the northeast.
Northeast.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what she said.
Nisiana does not say this right now, but Greg, heads up.
Okay.
I have something called message. If I point in the direction of where I think Sky Blue is, I can message her a bunch of different times.
Okay.
To try and get some kind of intel.
Okay.
Because I'm hoping it wouldn't take. I mean, we wouldn't do this like in one day. I hope I have at least one day to do some messages back and forth. And
they're giving you 24 hours basically. They want to leave on the morning of the. I don't know. We're probably about. Well, maybe mid-afternoon or early evening. They want to be able to head out by basically like midday the next day. So you have about 24 hours.
Okay, about 24 hours. And then how long do they think... Actually, she'll ask, how long do you think it'll take us to get there? Get to that 60-mile part.
That we're not 100% sure of because of what we're going into. The captain says... We've all at various times been in the Grey, but you've been in there longer than we have. And so from that point of view, it's quite possible that you will know better than us what it would take. It seems to us that if we go across the areas that we're doing this, the fortress going at its own speed might be able to make it within, I would say, 2 to 3 days, perhaps.
Okay. So I have this thing called sending, which means I can have a conversation in 25-word bursts. For a lot.
Yeah, and anything that helps stop a war and rescue those people, I think we're all in agreement it's worthwhile. So
Basically that's what Nisiana says is, can we point me in the direction of where we're going? Okay, now I can see where the horizon line is. And that's over the telepathic link. I'm pretty sure my sister has up. She says, I can at least try to message Sky Blue if she is there and get some information up front.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
But she can only tell us what she knows.
Every little bit will help.
But I will need rest. And,
we all do.
Yes.
At this point.
Oh, and then she finally looks up and says out loud, I think for the good of Braylon, we need to do this. And then she looks at Ilarion.
Obviously, we need to inform the attention, but I agree with you, Luciana. For the good of many. Mm-hmm. And we've already rescued one group, so we have the experience. And they kind of not quite wince at that, but just a little bit of a head shake at that one, but still determined to go through with it.
We've all seen the price of war, so I think it's important that we do this and rescue as many as we can, especially if two fortresses are about to basically collide.
If Sky Blue and her father are there, with Sky Blue, maybe we could get some information and some help up front.
And
I'll turn to look at Rowan.
Yep.
Best bad idea we've had yet.
We seem to be having a lot of those.
Yeah. She looks at Rowan. That's what started happening since you got here? You're sort of a weird sort of luck piece, aren't you?
For y'all, maybe.
I think the term
Um,
may be damage magnet.
I turn to Aranik and I say, what do you think are our odds?
And Ironic sort of seems to take that seriously. He thinks about it, and then he says, what are the odds that we defeat the Lord of Blades on his territory? If we had more time to be able to prepare ourselves, I would put our soldiers up against whatever he's managed to assemble, no matter how powerful he is. And, quite frankly, if I had you, people like you, sort of takes all of you in, that's an advantage I doubt the Lord of Blades can match. We're doing this, though, when we're tired, and we've been hurt ourselves. And the Argont itself is not in the best condition. I don't know what our odds are going to be in a combat. But if I were to place odds on you being able to succeed in your mission, to rescue those people first, he nods slowly and he says, I've only had a chance to see you work for a short period of time, but I'm beginning to believe there isn't much the King's Citadel can't do. This is the first time he's ever used that term. And he says, that term. And Hilar kind of does not seem incredibly surprised at this. He sort of looks at all of you and he says, in the orders that came direct from the King of Brayland, and I should point out, actually, that they did not apparently go to General Tyresh, but directly to the captain. Take that for what you will. He has, in answer to a question, let him know that the King's Citadel is operating in this area. I took the decision to confirm Captain Aranik's question, and I've done this because I believe that if we're to make sure we do this right, he has to know who he's dealing with. And Aranik sort of nods at this sort of like firmly. Oh, and I made one logistical, one blocking error. Big Bara had left before this because Big Bara was leaving to, having like laid out the stuff on the map, was leaving to attend to stuff. So the only ones in the room, let me be clear about that, are Aranik, Hilar, and the four of you, and Tantan obviously is off of the lightning rail. So just to be clear, so the only ones who heard that are, Aranik and obviously Hilar. And Captain Aranik says, I don't know whether this will be any good to you, but I will tell you and give you my solemn oath that I will resign my commission. In fact, I would allow myself to die before revealing information about all of you. Your secret's safe from me for what that's worth. And so looking at you, Rowan, he says, given what I now know, I would say that your odds are quite good. Based on you.
All right. If everybody else wants to die fighting, it would be kind of disrespectful for me to leave it just to you all. Considering that I'm much better at it than you all, in fact.
You certainly get enough practice.
At this point, Nisia says, "Oh yes." She digs into her pouch, and she comes up with a vial, and she hands it to Rowan and says, "It's a healing vial. I can't always keep you in my range."
Thank you very much, and I put that away immediately.
It's a 2d4 plus 2 healing vial.
Very nice.
I am now taking it off my list, which means you should put it on your list, because I won't remember it.
One other little bit of business related to that is that each of you are given, in addition to that 1,000 gold reward that I mentioned, you're also given an additional 200 gold pieces each. So that's another total of 1,000 gold, which is given to you. That's
Nice.
from the captain directly, basically, for this kind of upfront stuff. And
So
he
if
says,
I asked him to send that to my house, could they do that?
yeah, you can do that. Yes.
Wire
Once
transfer.
once
Because
the
I don't want to carry that much weight around. I'm little.
Yeah.
And two, I would really like. I have this secondary, tiny little goal over here where you told me my house was in deep debt.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So if I send them 1,000 gold,
That would be a nice start.
I don't have to carry it.
So, assuming that, unless you have anything else to say to Iranic directly, Hilar's going to go with you, but assuming you have anything to say to Iranic directly, obviously you'll be with him in 24 hours again, but, so,
Okay.
assuming that, do you?
No.
Because if not, then what I was going to say was, as you're walking down the ramp to head back to meet up with Tantan, presumably, the Hilar sort of pauses, and you have a chance on the ramp sort of a look out over Salvation, which is, smoldering and
Or what's
you know,
left
all
of
this
it.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he says, there's one other thing I told you I would want to talk to you about.
Perhaps
This-
somewhere safer, somewhere less public.
Or perhaps just in our minds, and I'll connect us all.
Oh, okay, even better.
That'll work.
So he says psychically to all of you, he says, so this thing that we're about to do, the scouting, that part of it, I think you'll be able to manage. But this combat that they're about to get involved in, and he shakes his head and he says, I tried to send messages indicating that I thought this was a mistake to the king, but I understand he's being pushed every which direction, and this has just increased the pressure. And there is something to be said for the idea that you can't just sit there and wait as the creature bashes over and over again on the door of the house. He's trying to take the fight to it, and I understand that. The reality is that you've all seen the attacks of the Lord of Blades, and you've seen what he can do. Attacking him in his fortress, and he shakes his head. And they could easily have gotten the Oracle of War. They could easily have taken it away. I think we may need to consider taking it with us. I can watch over it better in a fortress, getting the help that we need to fight this battle, than sitting back in a half-ruined town waiting for it to get picked off. And he kind of says, it could be risky, obviously, but no more risky than staying in place. And as big as this thing is, and he looks up at Argonth, as big as this thing is, it ain't going to matter if we don't have the right strategy. I say we take it with us, we protect it, and if we have to, we use it.
So just so I understand what we're saying, because I'm really tired. We're going to go on this giant ship over the next 3 to 5 days.
More like 2 to 3, but yeah.
2 to 3 days, okay, with some limited scouting that I can do with my mind. Sorta, maybe. Put a pin in that. With the thing that the Oracle of War, the Lord of Blades wants, maybe to use it, which then it will send up a beacon to say, hey, we're right here inside your fortress. We're right next to your fortress.
And he says, well, the issue here is that by the time we, as you put it, send up the beacon, they'll already see the fortress is there, unless you know a way to make this whole thing invisible. The whole idea of the scouting is to stay ahead of it, let us know whether or not there's anything that you see that could be risky ahead of time, and then, of course, do the rescuing once you get there.
So, okay, so because we're going to stop at the 60-mile mark and walk 15 miles through the gray to
It'll still and he tells you the Argonth is still going to be floating behind you, but it's going to be some miles behind you, so it's not going to stop dead. It's just that you're going to be able to move a little faster than it will, and it's going to basically give you, a few hours like lead time.
Honestly,
for you
that
to get
depends
ahead.
on the gray, but yeah.
Yeah, of course, right. All of this is like by gray reckoning, whatever that means.
And Halar, and I said, well, actually, what does my pipe up like? And it's like, we'll begin the gray. The gray itself will offer some concealment.
Depending on its mood and the fog and everything. Wow, I can't wait until Mia Tantan hears this. He is going to love this. This is going to be amazing. I'm going to hide behind my sister.
He nods and he says, none of these are good answers. But
we're back to the bad idea. And she kind of looks at Rowan, gives him a wink, a very tired wink. Says, okay.
By a magnitude of many.
Wanted to make sure that I understand that this is what we were basically saying. We're going to walk into the lion's den with the things that it wants trailing behind us, and maybe put a bow on the thing that it wants behind us while we rescue people and hopefully defeat the big bad. Okay.
Probably wouldn't use it until after we're back, because we're scouting ahead to feed it more information.
You're assuming we make it back.
Well, if not, then the Oracle is not our problem.
Well, if not,
On
I
the
can
upside.
I can message
Halar.
sending to
Yeah.
Halar.
Right.
And he's heard me talk in his head before.
Yep.
So, if I say use the damn thing.
That
what I
communication
mean.
will be, keeping that channel open will be vital.
Well, it's a limited spell, so limited.
25 words is better than 0.
Yes, but limited number of times that I can use it.
Understood. And out of gameplay, Jen, it's message and reply, right?
Actually, the word is called sending. I mean, the message is called sending. She is using the word message, and it is sending 25 words and sending 25 words back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Halar's aware of that, which I think he knows when you hit the spell or something like that.
yeah, once that gets described.
Yep,
I get
yep.
25 words. They get 25 words. All right, let me make sure. I think I put it into chat. Yes. Send a message across any distance. 25 words. Creature hears the message, recognizes it, and answers in a like manner immediately. So if he is busy dealing with Lord Tyresh or whatever, he's just gonna have to be good. Yeah, okay.
So, as you all make your way down, we cut to Tanton, who is working away at the, having had the opportunity to, reverse the polarity or whatever, not cross the streams, do whatever he needs to do to sort of repair the situation. And Tanton, as you are sort of like working at this stuff, you hear this, that you kind of have a sensation more than anything else. And there's like a little feeling of a breeze next to you, and something lands softly in the ground next to you, and it is a crossbow bolt. You're familiar with those. On the side of which has been tied a note.
I'll set it on fire. No.
Okay. The instant win card is destroyed.
Mail!
God damn it.
No, I'll unroll it and read it.
And the note says, found Johanna. LOB has trying to save - follow ZT.
No way.
And that's where we're going to bring our session to a close.
That's my reaction.
Nice.
Not really? Oh God. But just think if he makes it. Having her have to owe him for the rest of her life. Oh my God.
Yeah.
So, the plot thickens, as they say. And that, folks, is going to wrap up Oracle of War Lord Bucket. In case anyone is curious, by the way, Part 10, which will literally be the midway point. It will also be the end of Season 3. This next adventure will be the end of Season 3 of Oracle of War, which is the Dogs of War storyline. And this last segment of that Dogs of War storyline is going to be called Judgment of Iron, as they go into the gray. So there's some stuff that's going to happen, but a great combat sequence today, mostly combat again, which I had expected. That will change in this next one. We'll have a little bit less combat the next couple of sessions, I suspect, depending on how things go down.
Wow.
There will be, more than that, I would imagine. More than that, less. Good stuff from everybody. The guy that you were facing there was, as you could tell, quite nasty. And the thing that was really problematic for him, honestly, were those 2 back-to-back psychic lances. He really struggled trying to get out of those. Both of those, having hit, allowed him to be incapacitated, and then you could all just wail away at him. And even at that, I mean, you wailed away a long time before we actually got to it. He didn't have a chance to use any, second wind or, any of this stuff because he was just too busy, stun lock. So that was good stuff. And you did save salvation again, but again, there was a cost to be paid, as there often is, sadly, in war, usually is. And so we will see what happens as the King's Citadel, and apparently, whether they like it or not, the nation of Brayland is going to bring their vengeance home to the Lord of Blades, or try to. And you got to find Sky Blue as well, so there's also that. And I almost forgot, that last Legacy event that I do need to mention. So we got this Skyfall Legacy event, we got the Not This Time Death, one last Legacy event, which is Your Face is Known.
Oh, damn it.
Your Face is Known. I remember there may have been something that was early on in this adventure that didn't quite get caught. So, I'm going to start with the bottom right of the ziggurat this time, work around. John, good stuff today from Alarian. Alarian, really had to take it on the chin and was flanked for much of it. Again, here it was funny because it was really a combination of using both the shield resource, the Aegis resource, and the health point resource, the hit point resource, obviously, and was able to do that. The blinding definitely helped as well, but at that point, the incapacitation had already really made some major effects also. So, but there was some good stuff, obviously, from a fighting point of view out of Valerian, and now we're going to have to see what happens, since obviously we know that Mother Johanna is someone who is important to Alarian, that there's the whole Zodor Tarev tie-in as well. So that is going to be an interesting situation to be dealing with also. How'd you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
Well, I'm super annoyed at you now that Teleskindros is gone, and we have 24 hours, no rest for the righteous.
24 hours of
not
rest.
Just the wicked. And, well, now if we don't find her. And
No.
Tarev involved is just what I thought I was going to have to punch him to custard. Now he pulls this. This was great. As I was talking to Marie at the break on a psychic spell, and the damage it did to that guy. And by the way, I told the Tanta to grab that armor, and he's like, I already was going to do it. So I have designs on that. I was sweating this combat, especially when you put the defenders after it too. I'm like, suck. And chatting, and he's like, well, I have this. I'm like, oh, hell yeah. And because apparently Int was obviously his dump stat, I think. And so that worked out really well. And then just kind of wailing on him, like you said. And yes, the incapacitation was key because, and the raised armor class by the Armor of Faith and the haste, which by the way, the combat ended on turn 10. And the next round, of course, I can't do anything because the weariness washes over me. And I'm like, as I was telling Jen yesterday, if we don't stop this guy in 4 rounds, I'm going to take a wailing. So it all worked out, thankfully. The timing was just perfect. This was, a very critical one. And once again, we had to destroy the town to save it. But we saved it. And that's the important thing. And now we've got too much crap going on. And I think we're going to need that message from you again. I think we want to write that down, jot that note down. But this was terrific and exciting and heart-pounding. And I'm sort of looking forward to what comes next. Sort of. So and people can find me here. I stream with these fine folks twice a month when we can, and that's about it. Otherwise, I'm busy trying to put out much fiction for Catalyst Game Labs. So that's me.
Good stuff as always, John. Thank you. And good stuff as well, Jen from DCiana. Obviously, the healing was huge. That goes without saying. Multiple times that the healer had to save things, and Again, a lot of it was sort of the well coordinated among the group, because you're running past to sort of deal with Lord Tyresh, for example. That would have been, or General Tyresh would have made it very difficult if all of a sudden, big guy decides to come to and is just like, let me go shield bash this healer, and like hit you into next week. So there's multiple ways in which that could have gone south, but sort of has to be what it is. And I do think that the effect that you had on Tyresh may have ripple effects throughout the campaign. We'll see how that goes, but it might be, and that includes the saving them. It is a legacy event, as I said, the whole not this time death, and that didn't have to be marked off. You could have not saved him, so Aura of Life doing some good work for everybody in that. And obviously for Rowan as well, because, Rowan was in very bad shape at one point here too. So big healing stuff from Nisiana, and now, Nisiana is going to be pushed again as you move into this sort of scouting, and then having to think about trying to track down all of the characters as well. I also liked, by the way, the fact that everybody sort of was in agreement. I liked the general group's demeanor in trying to, bolster Hilar's spirits, who's so rarely been like this, but also to sort of agree collectively that, again, we'll see what Tantan says, but, we have to rescue. Well, actually, no, Tanta was there for that. We have to rescue Sky Blue. Like, if Sky Blue goes down, you have to, not just because of a prophecy, but because it's the right thing to do. And I thought that was interesting that the group as a whole felt that collectively. But anyway, very good stuff, as I mentioned, from Nisiana today. Jen, how'd you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
Well, Nisiana is very tired right now, but she is in her element. And yes, she did make a choice that could literally have knocked her into next week. But she spent so much of her energy healing Tyresh, and the fact that she thinks someone has cursed him has irritated her, because that curse could have made him the way he is, and that is a detriment to everybody. So I'm kind of I'm very irritated by that, and thus that cannot stand. Plus, if she saw his hand, she'd want to heal him, and she had to literally figure out, geometry. Can I keep everybody in the correct thing? Okay, I can keep Valerian in it and get Tyresh in it. Okay, everybody else was on their own, because they're all currently doing sort of well.
Mm-hmm.
I suspect I'm going to have to spend a lot of time doing levels of 5 for my sending to Sky Blue to try and get any bit of advantage to figure out what's going on, or where we are, where she is, to rescue the people, especially if her father is involved. I actually had a lot of fun. I really enjoyed this as a player. I mean, the character could, she's doing this for her house and for the kith and kin kind of thing. And she really does want to do the right thing. And the first time she sees Hilar falter, she's like, no, that can't do. No. You have to be our touchstone. You have to be our rock. You have to be Hilar. You have to be that guy who is the stone that we all come back to. So she was immediately like, we have to bolster him. And it was very nice when she turned to her sister to tell him, because she knows that her sister can inspire. And then Ilarion and Rowan, I liked Rowan from a player perspective. Nisiana's like, we have very different points of view, but I really, really enjoyed it. Now, where am I going to be next? I think my in-person events are all in November, so I think the next time we'll be here in 2 weeks. And again, if you like what I roleplay, maybe you'll like what I write. And my most recent Shadowrun novella, The Kilimanjaro Run, is now out and available. And
with a
orders
spirit
are
hippo.
loved.
With a spirit hippo.
Spirit hippo and
shaman baby.
and teenagers who basically do the right thing, even though it may cost them their lives. I mean, it's actually very much like this, except they're not with the King's Citadel. They're just sort of with themselves.
Good. Yeah, it's good stuff all the way around. You should absolutely do that. And thank you, Jen. Always good stuff. Thank you. So, Brandon, again, your character's proving that they do what they need to do in these situations. One of them gets stabbed by through the lung, and the other one tries to blow themselves out of an ice block. But did so, and actually, that was, I won't say dispositive for the whole combat, but it was a big. It started things out with a bang. No, that wasn't what I was going to say. It started things out, though, with a very significant benefit, because it, first of all, damaged those other skirmishers that it took you folks like a combat and a half to fight, like a session and a half to get rid of, because they're so damn like sneaky and shifty. But also, it took out that mage, and that mage was going to be a big problem if you kept having the mage that could just be like, zap, boom, like who knows what other spells that guy had, but he was very strong, and the constant improved invisibility, greater invisibility type of thing was not helping. So your thing, although it seemed like, oh my gosh, that's foolish, in a way, I'm not totally sure what else Rowan could have done other than just sort of sit there and be in an ice block for several rounds. So that seemed to make the most sense that it could have. So that was very effective. I loved thank you for the follow, Mushy Lizard. I also then appreciated quite a bit Rowan's reaction, I thought, to not only to Hilar, but also to, him asking Captain Ronick, what are the odds? I actually really like that from Rowan. Rowan has surprised me on multiple occasions in this campaign, because clearly there are expectations that Rowan has for himself and his own path and whatever. But I also have this sense that there are moments where he's just like, let me just kind of straight up ask this question, and then asks a question that sort of gets to the heart of the matter. And that is one thing that he felt presumably he could trust Ironic to answer him square, or if he didn't, he'd be like, okay, so you're the kind of guy who kind of bullshits around stuff. And in this case, Ironic didn't do that and sort of took the question seriously. And also it was funny that he flicked Hilar in the forehead. That was also a good moment. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
Well, I'm particularly glad that I died. Well, I mean, I was dead, but I was dead for for not as long as I thought I would have been. I really liked this session. I liked that I got an opportunity to express one of the few things that actually does matter to Rowan in this moment, which is salvation keeps surviving. We are made of sticks, but the sticks are still here.
Yeah, somehow. Yep.
Which will continue to be a big deal when I get to chat with Tanton when this is done. But yeah, we survived. And the fact that everybody wants to respond to that act of survival by immediately doing the most reckless thing ever, I'm like, nah, we can stay here. We could stay here. But everybody already decided to do the thing, so we'll see how it goes. That's gonna be fun. I look forward to having a Warforged step on my face on a regular basis. That's gonna be fun.
I mean, Valerian wasn't going to volunteer, but if you insist.
I'm gonna buy a lot of healing potions when this is over. 1,000 gold should get me at least 3. So
do some shopping before we leave, for sure.
Oh yeah, I need to figure out a way to make my gun do more gun things. I need to get Tanton to modify the hammer on Sunshine so I can fan it more easily and see if that does more damage. But yeah, you can find me everywhere all the time. I realize that I'm playing a lot of RPG stuff this month because on Monday I have another session of Arcanites in Power Rangers actual play over at the Initiative Order, which has been lots of fun. I got a Zord, got another Zord, learned that both of those Zords are literally the king and queen of the Summer Court of the Fae. And then our Red Ranger briefly became evil and then stopped us from being able to morph at all for like several hours. And then we had to get in a fight immediately afterward. Arcanites has been wild.
Wow.
So you need to definitely check that out. So yeah, things are becoming intense. So definitely check that out. A reminder to everybody that Speculate stuff has been touch and go because of organizational processes that are not anyone's fault, but very, very soon you're going to hear lots of cool things from us on the podcast. So if you are not subscribed to the Speculate Patreon, you should do that. Because this month is actually going to have a lot of fun stuff coming up very, very soon that I'm not going to tell you anything about because we should just do the thing. And as for meeting me in real life, I'm going to be at Big Bad Con later this month, doing, among other things, a playtest of the Greyshade RPG that still has room in it right now, and I'm very confused. If you know anybody who's going to be at Big Bad Con, tell them that Gregory A. Wilson wrote a very cool book, and it has a very cool RPG attached to it, and you get to be the first people on Earth to play it. So, like, do the thing, please.
Yeah. Yes, definitely sign up for that playtest, and because that's going to be a big deal, and I'm very excited about that. And in no way was I just flashing up all of the Baltimore, Minnesota, and New Jersey WebFest things that Speculate has been nominated for, and that are all going to be coming home to roost in the next couple of weeks, including New Jersey WebFest soon. I
very much look forward to having a Valor t-shirt that just has so many laurels on it that it's just a plain white t-shirt.
Yep. I love it. I'm very excited for that too. But thank you, Brandon. Good stuff, my friend, as always. Moving right on up the ziggurat. Marie, again, those psychic lances were huge. I mean, the blinding and all that other stuff. I mean, would you have been able to defeat him without that? It's possible, but he's a joke. My favorite thing, I think, is when one of you was like, I think it was like 23, and I'm like, miss. And you're like, miss? I'm like, yeah. Oh, look, I have a floating Warforged tank, too. Look at that. Yeah, he was something else. And so the fact that you were just like, Lance, really made a big difference in terms of the combat. And then, also, I was noting, actually, I hadn't mentioned this before, but I was noting the reaction of everybody to the signs of war as you walk through in the kind of aftermath of war. And it was interesting that Marie, that Marimé immediately when she went to the gray had that thing of looking out. There's all the war backdrop, and then you're looking out at the gray, and the rainbow had gone, and you immediately are like, well, in the dream, blue goes, the rainbow recedes, and all that. And you're like, checking off on the prophecy bingo card, like this is all the stuff. And that was fun to watch because there is an insight there that you were able to bring to everybody else because of what you're able to do as a Kalashtar. So we got Kalashtar, we got combat, and obviously a little RP and more of that RP to come. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I had a lot of fun in today's session. It was a really good combat. Kudos to you for running it. And it was just fun. I feel like everyone got moments to shine and to kind of kick some ass, which was really nice. But yeah, I'm glad I had the lance. I'm glad he died when he did, because I was running out of spell slots, something fierce.
Mm-hmm.
But it was fun to finally deploy it to such effectiveness.
Yeah.
And yeah, at the end, it was interesting because Mérimée was very much focused on what happened and how it correlates, to the prophecy. It was like a little prophecy bingo card, but I almost feel like Mérimée has spent so much time getting grounded, and like she still uses her sword, but she's using more magic now. She's using more, like, I don't know. Something's happening with Mérimée, like just with how she engages, which is interesting.
Yeah.
It's led her to this moment.
Yeah.
Like, yes, I'm curious to see where she will go next, what she will do. But she is looking forward to saving people, especially Sky Blue. Although she's not looking forward to going back into battle and having her sister get out there after she saw her drop in battle. So it's going to be interesting. So next, I'm going to be here, of course, and I'm going to be at KenCon October the 13th. If I should
Yay.
know this, I'm the chair. I know the dates. October 13th to the 15th. Greg will be there as well. We will have a blast. I am going to have an early launch for Oathbreaker. It's coming out everywhere on November the 7th, except at KenCon on October the 14th at 7 p.m. in the Penthouse Suite, exactly the time when Greg has a panel.
Oh.
Even though we tried to move
Really?
you around. Yes.
What kind of
Program-
incompetent con runner is, like,
Hey,
jeez.
Yeah, I talked to a programming about it. I'm like, can you like make sure that as many as my friends can make the launch? I'm really excited about this. Haven't launched a book at CanCon since I was the guest of honor in 2010 when they relaunched CanCon. So I haven't launched a book since then. I've been the co-chair for a while. I'm like, I'm doing a book launch. But Greg, you were the one person they could not free. And then programming just looked and said, you just have too many friends. It's your fault.
Too many friends. Yeah, that's all right. It's all right. I will just sit there in the panel, just being like blah 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 blah. And when friends release books and you're not invited, then that happens.
It's true.
Just do that,
I didn't
David.
want to say it.
Greg will
It's not
just arrive,
even.
he'll just arrive fashionably late.
you're
that's all.
invited, but you're busy.
Yeah, you're invited, but yes, it will be going on afterwards because I said originally that I was going to throw a little like party or something after my book launch, which unfortunately other people remember, but I didn't until recently. So come on up after your panel, Greg. I'm sure
Okay.
it'll be fun.
Sounds good.
Ed will be there. Ed Greenwood. He's like,
Also good.
after your book launch, give me 5 minutes to go get something, and I'll come back for the party. I'm like, why does everybody know about this party I forgot about? So anyways, it's good. It's fine. So yes, I will be there, and I'm very excited. Yes, so thank you for the lovely day.
Good stuff, Marie. Always a pleasure. And last but certainly not least, Trent Tanton, besides doing the typical yeoman's work with the crossbow, as we saw going on, quite a bit. But it was, it's going to be interesting to me to see Tanton's reaction to a bunch of this. I mean, obviously, the fact that General Tyresh survived, I'm not sure that Tanton's like, yeah, I think it's like, oh, hurrah, huzzah, whatever, right? But also, I suspect had similar feelings to everybody else about wanting to save, about wanting to save the people that went out, especially because there may be a sense that, this may be connected to sort of larger implications of things. And there's still a little bit of the mystery there in the gray of what happened to Spanner. There may have been some things that Tanton picked up on in terms of how some of the things were working not quite the way they normally would, a la Steel Defenders, etc. So there were a bunch of things, it seems, almost like gathering intel, I guess, about the Lord of Blades, that I'm interested to see if Tanton sort of thinks through that. And I'm going to be interested to see what Tanton thinks about this thing that 4 out of 5 of you have agreed to, but not the 5th yet because you weren't there because you were doing the stuff with the lightning rail. And see how Tanton feels about that either way, which is not to say that Tanton's going to be like, how dare you know, but I'm just going to be interested to see Tanton weighing in on, all of these things one way or the other. So that will be interesting to me. How did you feel about today's session, and where will the fine folks find you next?
Yep, all that.
I see.
Mm-hmm. Where will people find me next?
Here, at this channel, a lot.
Probably. Yeah. Yeah.
Probably sounds ominous. I assume that means probably in that you may have something else you're not thinking of, as opposed to...
That's entirely likely. The second this camera turns off, I'm climbing into that bed
I
and
know,
going
you
to
look
sleep.
tired, yeah. No, I get it.
It's like I've already drifted off twice during our
Okay.
outro, so it's like,
Okay.
oh god. Yeah, Tanton is I mean, Rowan noticed it because Rowan is observant. So there will be a conversation, I'm sure, in the future. But yeah, his harvested pieces of gigantic shielded warforged and steel defenders, and he's probably between the two, probably has enough parts to build another spanner. In which case, in an hour, he'll bring it online, and the other spanner will just fall to pieces wherever it is. But
Except this spanner will have a huge shield on his back. I just want to make sure, like, that out of his side or something.
You know, I mean, if Halar is leaving, then Tantan's initial plan that he was thinking even before John mentioned it to me was, he was like, I can take these shields and I can build them into Halar's house so nobody's gonna break in to get to the thing. I was like,
I mean,
like that oracle's going nowhere. Nobody's getting into that house, was part of what he's thinking. But yeah, we'll see where that goes. There are some we'll just add another interesting conversation to the pile
of conversations to be had. Yes,
with Tantan in particular.
Yeah.
I imagine this one is also going to not go over well. Yeah.
Running into certain danger, but hey, you're gonna have a whole bunch of Warforged stuff to look at.
Not that. Not what I'm talking about. Anyway, so yeah. So probably back here either for this or that other thing that I do here.
Or Shire Adventures, yeah.
Okay, that too. Yeah. I don't remember when they are. I think there was a 29 in there somewhere.
Yeah, this is in 2 weeks, and the other one, I'd have to look. I don't actually remember exactly what
you don't
Tuesday.
Even remember. I'm so tired, even you can't remember when it is.
You should go get some sleep, Trim. Where anything you want to quickly mention about, like, anything you want to mention about, like, just very quickly about anything people should look at as far as latest audio thing to be aware of or anything like that?
John gave you great news earlier today.
Did he?
Well, that was, I mean, it's nothing new, but yeah. One of Trent's audiobooks for us has passed 10,000 units sold.
Oh, that
oh,
one. Okay,
wow.
Right, okay.
Vision of Thunder Rift, the very first Battletech novel.
Congratulations. That's amazing. 10,000
And it's still
units.
selling exceedingly well. It's crazy.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I may have to pop over to the Valhalla Club Discord and inform them of that. I think they would. I think they'd like that.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, congratulations. Well, that's a good bit of good news to end on.
There's that thing, then, yes. Okay.
Go make it 20,000. Thank you, everybody. Chad, can we get some love for the amazing Infinity Beyond crew? We will see them back here in a couple weeks. Yes.
Wasn't there one more thing that you could
Oh, yes.
One more?
That is to say that you may have reached that level we call level 10.
Yes.
Level
That can just slip away without that, buddy.
Level 10. You
Double
have reached
digits, baby.
level 10.
Yep.
Good stuff, everybody.
Yep.
Which means that Tantan can make, not infuse items, he can make magic items in a quarter the time and half the cost of ever anything.
Which means that your name is now Mia 1010. Oh yeah.
Oh God.
Lives 2 is already on it. Tantan is now 1010. See, that's what I'm saying. Thank you for the cheer, Dragon Spear. Congrats on level 10.
Thank you very much, Dragon.
There we go.
Don't cheer that joke.
Always a pleasure, everybody. Yes, congratulations on level 10, and I'll see you back here in 2 weeks for Judgment of Iron. Chat, can we get some love for the amazing Infinity and Beyond crew? Trent Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, Brandon O'Brien, Jen Brozek, and John Helfers. Good work today, players. Sleep well, and I will see you folks soon.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye for now.
Bye-bye.
And that is going to do it for us for today, folks. This was awesome. And it was, I really enjoyed, as always, being able to go through this and being able to have these wonderful players play with us. This was good stuff. So, yeah, I am very excited for what is going to happen next as we continue with Judgment of Iron, which is going to be the next one up. You will not want to miss it. If you liked what you saw and heard today, please make sure to follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube at !ArvTube. Discord is !ArvCord. Twitter is !ArvTweets. Website is arvaneleron.com. Financially, !ArvShop is the merchandise area where you you can get stuff including, although I'm not wearing it today, Infinity and Beyond merchandise. The best bad idea we've ever had. Exclamation point Arv Treon is the Patreon, which again is stuff that allows you to get inspirations to help the players, as does subbing and resubbing. Thanks to those of you who did in fact sub and resub. It's September, so it's actually a little cheaper to do that if you're doing a new sub or upgrading the tier of your sub. And this is, excuse me, a chance to talk about. I'm sorry, I'm still getting over this cold. It's better, but man, I really got walloped by this one. I do want to mention that the subathon is coming up at the end of the month. That is going to be the 29th and 30th. Again, I'm not going to talk about that now. I've already gone through it a bunch of times, but I'll bring up again the details next week. But definitely mark your calendars starting at noon Eastern on Friday the 29th. It's going to be awesome. There's going to be lots of cool stuff there, and you'll be able to sub to the channel, which will really help us as well as we refresh the channel and continue to move the channel forward into the next set of 11, 12 years or whatever it is that awaits us. So please make sure to jump on board with that. And otherwise, please make sure, if you have not already done so, to support us on the publishing side. Exclamation point Icarus for my graphic novel from Athos Arts. Exclamation point Library for Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And exclamation point Greyshade. That is the Greyshade IP, which includes Greyshade and Renegade, the first two books in the Grey Assassin trilogy. Award-winning Greyshade series, I should say. The first book, Greyshade. The final book, Heretic, I'm working on now. That'll be due out next year. And the tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade, as previously mentioned by Brandon O'Brien, is going to be coming out from Alligator Alley, is going into playtesting later this month. If you're going to be at Big Bad Con, please sign up to be a part of the playtest. You will not want to miss that. It's going to be good. You can pre-order that, and you can also pre-order you could also order, I should say, the audiobook from Trent Sparks that we were just talking to of Greyshade, because that was awesome. So please do that. And as always, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Exclamation point Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help, and to reach out to others when they need help as well. And exclamation point Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message that we will do so in the future when we are able to do so, that you can do so in the future as well. Now, we are going to do a raid today because we had a decent turnout. Thank you for that. Raids are very simple. If you are not a sub, you do this. The Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid. If you are a sub, you do this. The Arvanauts have landed, and then you can throw in all the Arvanese. Arvany Hype, Arvany Roar, Arvany Woe, Arvany Love, Arvany Smug, Arvany Blown, Arvany Ha, Arvany Sing, Arvany Fail, Arvany Crit Hit, Arvany Crit Fail. There's all the Arvanese, okay? We got a bunch of new emotes, and you can throw all of those up there once you are brought over automatically to the person that we are going to raid. So please make sure to do that. And I am going to see you folks back on this channel on Tuesday with the Gamebook illustration stream, which will be from the amazing Tari Tunes doing illustrations as we finish up with Midnight Rogue, who did those same emotes. Thank you to my wonderful mods. Thank you to Dragon Spear, Drew, Prince Justin, Rising Tides, Triffany Mats, best in the business. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much to my wonderful Patreon supporters and subscribers, Dragon, Drew, Prince Justin, Rising Tides, Nonstop, Crit Twitch. Thank you so much for being awesome. And thank you to my wonderful viewers. Thank you to Aded Fetus. Thank you to Adhesive. Thank you to Ahaha, Black Fury, Barizzle, Divinorium, Gamers. Thank you to Joseph, Light and Passion. Thank you to Live Suing. Thank you to Marie Bilodeau, to Morgan, to Mrs. Dunsel, Norwegian Girl, Radio Johnny Panda, Sam Skio. Thank you to Streamer of a Down. Thank you to Whiskey Jack, Yetasak, and ZK. And special thanks tonight to the amazing Infinity and Beyond crew of Trent Sparks, of Marie Bilodeau, of Brandon O'Brien, of Jennifer Brozek, and of John Helfers. Thank you so much to the amazing Infinity and Beyond crew. More of that to come later this month. That's it for me. Stick around for the raid. I will see you folks back here Tuesday at noon Eastern, and right after the video is done today, we'll go do a raid and have a lovely Saturday night and Sunday, and I'll see you folks in a few days. Until then, everyone, please be good to each other. Bye for now.
Salvation, on the edge of the gray. Sharn, city of towers. And the link between them, the King's Citadel, the ones who do the job no one else can do. Eberron, the Shield, a star-forged Aegis who's lived a long time, who's seen peace and war, and will do whatever it takes to keep the first from falling into the second. Merime, the Sword, a Kalashtar bard whose dreams prophesy uncertain ends, but the wisdom of whose counsel and love for her sister are unquestionable. Tantan, the Brain, a dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals deep curiosity and razor-sharp intellect, sharp enough to cut down the Citadel's enemies. Nisiana, the Heart, a dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, no matter the cost. Rowan Shallow, the Wild Card. For most of his life, he's played a dangerous game. When the chips are down, will he fold or go all in to save his friends? They found an artifact so powerful it could undo the fragile peace between nations, the Oracle of War, which gives anyone who owns it the knowledge they need to win any battle, and which, in speaking lines from the ancient draconic prophecy, could predict all of Eberron's future. They traveled to Sharn, City of Towers, where experts like the Gynosphinx Flamewind began to unravel the Oracle's mysteries as the King's Citadel thwarted assassination attempts from the Emerald Claw, and the nation of Thrain tracked down the daring thief Sky Blue and defeated the salvage broker and claw operative Erulin Karnak. Apparently. But there can be no rest while the dogs of war howl, and despite the Citadel's best efforts, Thrain and Brayland have inched ever closer to all-out conflict, just as the Oracle predicted. Now the adventurers must return to Salvation to find the secrets of the Oracle of War before it's too late. But how have things changed since they left? And will those who've sworn to die before they give up their freedom, the servants of the enigmatic Lord of Blades, threaten Salvation's uneasy peace? They've survived the Grey, saved Salvation, and navigated the intrigue and deception of Sharn. But can they stop a war? Only if they remember that in the end, all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome back to Salvation.